Okay, we're back. Haven't budged an inch. I know this is sad and all, but let's go to a side quest. Very important. We need that SP after all.
I think there's someone in trouble here.
God, it's
Well,
this asshole.
let's see what they have to say. Well, I see.
Of course, Dohalim would be interested in the frickin' bard.
Oh. Just great.
They're literally poetry slamming.
Excuse me.
Good.
Of the makers suffer before they kill her. Whoop, 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 whoop. Perfect. Ignore me in the background. That's part of the issue here. I need to grab this. Put this here. Come on. Come on. There you go. Good boy. Resident Evil 6? Well, okay, but I am gonna have to stab you, Canada Banks.
That's some cryptic text, all right.
It could mean anything. Can't we just look around the area for clues or something?
Hey, maybe these are supposed to be different locations?
Oh, now you're into this too, huh?
She's a bookworm, of course she is. Resident Evil 6, you got it. So you're probably wondering why I cut off the stream. Because I wasn't recording. Now, that's not a mistake I make very often. In fact, I could probably name how many times I've made the mistake in the last several years on one hand. Look how tired I am right now. But anyways, point is, if I'm not recording, there is a process by which I can go ahead and grab the VOD in order to dump onto YouTube, and it's kind of irritating to go through. But it's easier and simpler the smaller the VOD is, so I realized the best possible option would be to just cut off the VOD quickly, 41 minutes in, grab that, which I'm actually currently in the process of doing, and then that'll be uploaded as a separate VOD, and now I am recording. So no more issues. Why aren't you warping? Yes. In what manner?
You guys want to rest here?
Or perhaps more accurately, like, by what metric? I didn't mean to go that way.
Something feels odd here.
Yeah, we shouldn't be here.
Be on your guard.
Oh, yep, something's definitely odd if Yada's donating. Generally, there is no such thing, so pass. Or both equally, or both neither. You can also alternatively flip a coin if you'd like to.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Dragon Swarm!
First strike! Going in! Rolling!
No, that's pretty odd, Yada. In fact, it's so odd. I won't let you do it, Yada. I won't let you donate with hatred in your heart! Whatever you do, don't do it. I just can't stand to see you donate looking like all those villagers who just died horribly for donating to me.
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
Okay, now that I've stopped you from donating, Yada, thank you very much for donating. Let's go donate. God, I hate that scene. Is it the 5th? Seriously? Oh, wow, it is. No, I have not. I've completely lost track of time. I blame the teeth stuff. That's a good enough excuse, right? Actually, in all honesty, I've been having a really bad time sleeping since the incident. So, That's the real reason. The reason I'm so exhausted right now is just because I've been having trouble sleeping. So, I do apologize. Just think, only about 2 more months and I could try to pull back on my streaming schedule. I will put that towards DBZ Kakarot. You got it. But only if it's not in hatred. What incident? No. So, I've already vowed not to say that on the YouTube VODs. It's on the Twitch VOD for anybody who was there, or for anybody who cared. Pills. I could actually take some sleeping meds. That is actually a valid approach. I don't like to. For such a stupid reason. So, for an overwhelming majority of my
Get lost!
adult life at this point, I've had to take something to help me sleep. So I've actually had a form of insomnia since I was a child. Like, I had trouble sleeping when I was single-digit range, you know what I mean? And I don't mean the normal way, which is what my mother assumed it was. But no, I actually do have trouble getting to sleep.
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
I'm also a light sleeper, so it's easy to wake me up.
Shut them down.
Anyways, ignoring that little bit of
Barely a blip on our radar.
medical whatever, in more recent years, literally as of like about 1.5 years ago actually, I started trying to not have to take Z-Quil or Benadryl or whatever every night to be able to sleep. Sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. What I've noticed is I tend to go through waves of sometimes I don't need anything to get to sleep and sometimes I cannot get to sleep without something. As of this exact moment in time, ironically, I'm on a I don't need something to get to sleep phase. And I'd rather not go back to taking Z-Quil every night again, if I can avoid it.
You sense one of your pals, Hoodle?
It's on!
Dragon Swarm!
Big
Here I come!
It's over! In a bind?
Reload! Take it! I'm only getting almost done!
Piercing roar! Talon storm!
This one's mine! It's over!
Talon hurricane!
See, ironically, exercise was the exact opposite to me. It wakes me up. That's what I do to wake up in the morning. And in between breaks, like I just did.
Tiger Blade!
Big
Lunar
blast!
Corruption! Crescent Moon! First Tiger Blade!
I'll run you
Hear me!
through!
Flame of
So I'm looking for something here. Forgive me.
On guard!
Live alive? Aw, that's as ever not my decision, Fluggeretta.
Oh! Now I'm real mad!
Here I go!
Is the-
Flame of Fury!
Tear you apart! Now I'm in the groove!
There it is.
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Okay, I'm pretty sure that I'll sleep a lot better the moment I don't have to ever again.
Looks
Part of the whole conquering the world thing. First, the time machine. Then, no sleep. And then a few other little tidbits. And then power. Come on. Really? Game? Okay, fine. By game, I mean website.
What's this thing?
Chamomile, dude. Don't you ever had tea? Oh, wait, you were a slave. Never mind.
I see plenty of ruins around here, too. It must have been a big town bustling with people back in the day.
For Crown Contest participants, places such as these are but vectors for the astral energy they pursue. Similar to that windmill, for instance.
Oh, that's messed up. Because he was always a Pokemon.
Forgive you!
It all makes sense now.
Will this help? Shovel! Healing circle! Lightning! Flaming Flame of Fury! Burning Strike! This one's mine! Tiger Blade!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And the pummeling to me!
Lunar Corruption! Lunar Blast! Dragon Shell! This one's mine! Tiger Blade!
I'm on a roll now!
Lightning! This one's mine! Dragon Shell! Tiger Blade!
Dust to dust!
Reload! Crescent Moon!
I'm on it! Talon! Now I'm in the groove!
Flame of Burning strike!
I'll tear you apart!
Tiger blade!
A comfortable win.
Yeah, it's nice for when I need to get some work done off camera. Or, you know, alt tabbing, essentially. Well, who should we put angel wings on?
Out of our way!
Dragon Swarm! Swarm
We're
Blade!
going! Radiant
I'll
here!
watch you crush! Dragon
Hear me!
Destruction!
Flame of fury! Burning!
No escape! First strike!
Another
Lunar Corruption!
Back
Crush!
into the fray! Here goes!
Talon Hurricane! No further!
Glimmer!
Watch this! Dragon
Searing
Swarm!
flame! Crescent reload!
Do it!
Who's next?
Destruction!
Denied! Make it rain! Lunar corruption!
Dragon Swarm!
Astral energy! Full throttle! Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
I don't think I really have an aerial combatant set up right now. Yes, I know. I see it. I can't figure out how to interact with it. It's way over there. Yes, I know. I'm right here. It was so evil, Trithon. She's actually pretty messed up. Although, like, there's no characterization there so far, so it's just kind of, you know, she's evil, and that's about the extent of what we've gotten so far. There we go. We also had the worst cutscene of the game. It's pretty impressive, really.
You're...
I think we all know who really deserves the wings. God, those are tiny wings. Never mind. I take that back.
saying we should check the owl forest?
Do you think this is one of the places where the Dark Wings and Almadria fought?
I wouldn't be so sure. This place appears more ravaged by time than combat. Even if there are signs of destruction, it would likely have taken place during the Great Conquest of 300 years prior.
And ever since, it's been a breeding ground for Zeugles, I guess.
Gee, Ball, should we make our bioweapons self-reproducing?
That's a great idea, Bob. We'll go and make sure that LR's bioweapons constantly grow new bioweapons. That way, we don't have to build any.
Brilliant idea, Balls. That's why you're the smart one. Yuck!
That's far enough!
Unfortunately, you're right, Blade Jabal. There's always the possibility for that cutscene to be surpassed. I'm just glad we haven't had any more cringe romance since then.
Make it rain!
Swallow Blade!
I'm out!
Look, it's over!
Back into the fray!
First strike!
Alright, you deal with that one. I'm gonna go do some paperwork here.
I'm on it!
Lightning!
Talon
Flame
Hurricane!
of fury!
Rip and tear!
Make it rain!
We managed to pull through.
Barely. Just barely. I mean, it was all at the beginning, Evo. You didn't miss any of it. You saw all of it. And then it stopped as soon as you left. I'm not making that up.
Where are you going? On guard!
That's a good point, Warp Core. Let's make self-replicating nanite super weapons. That's never turned out badly for anybody ever.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Oh my goodness.
Radiant light! This one's mine! This one's mine!
Dragon Shell!
I'm ready! Radiant
I'm on a roll now!
Lunar Tiger Blade! I'm all closed up!
First strike! I'll run you through!
This one's mine! Let the marksman handle this! This one's mine!
We managed to pull through.
Brilliant, Evo. I'm saying, I'm brilliant, Evo. We're gonna go ahead and give you a promotion from that on there. You know, I've been thinking about it.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Eat this! I'll smash you!
Flaming meteor!
Lightning!
I'm not sure this game will really get an Emily variety positive.
Swirl blade!
So let's track this with me, okay? We've got the armored people, obviously.
Thanks, Kisara.
This one's mine!
You know, the armadillos, which we've been fighting since the first zone. They just look different.
How about this?
The flyers, which we've been fighting since the first zone. They just look different.
This one's
The trash enemies, again.
I'm Tiger Blade!
Start!
That's kind of it.
This one's mine!
Now I'm real mad!
Burning!
Ready and raring!
I'm not saying it's a negative, it's just the enemy variety is not there.
Any injuries?
Now, I think I know what we all really want to see in this game. Fishing.
Everything looks fine with the lure. All right, let's do this. Yeah! All right.
I mean, her armor is fan service. And explained in lore in a way that's real life applicable, so that's whatever. But I still think it's a damn shame because her armor looks awesome from the front. No, you're right. There's the wolf enemies
Bigger next time.
from the first
Nice
zone.
work.
They look different. God, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm going to pause the screen here. Let's fashion out for just a second. That is a legitimately well-designed suit of armor. First of all, it does have some function. Most of the angles of attack that she would be likely to be facing from the front, she's actually covered. We've got most of the shoulders, almost the entirety of the arm. The joint isn't covered, but hitting a joint, that's hard to do. And you probably just get locked in the armor blade and basically get disarmed. Full frontal coverage, of course. And she's got all three of the major vectors of attack from the center of the hips area completely covered while still retaining mobility. That's what the leather straps are there for. Then she's got the majority of her legs covered without actually hindering her ability to maneuver. Now, it could be better. I'm not going to say that that's the best piece of armor, but from a purely functional perspective, that armor works. Then we'll look at it cosmetically. First of all, the white obviously is a nice look for her in general, paladin, etc. Yeah, her neck is and her head are completely exposed. I wasn't even going to mention that. Of course, she can't wear a helmet. That would be ridiculous. So, the white works very, very well. It is naturally augmented by the black suit that she has under the leather armor. I guess bodice is probably the better word for what she's got underneath that. And that just naturally contrasts the white, duh, but both have an in-between contrast. I forget what that's called, but it's when you have two things that contrast each other, and then you have an in-between contrast that contrasts both. And that's what the gold is here. The gold is being used to highlight everything else, to highlight the rest of the outfit. And what's really funny is the gold, which is arguably a bit of a bronze, actually seamlessly blends into the same color palette as the leather straps. So the leather straps, which have their own little gold highlights if you're paying attention, naturally complement the black, just like the gold complements the white. That is a well-designed suit of armor. It's not the best, but that's freaking good. And then there's that. Now, you're probably expecting me to comment on the obvious thing from the back, but you know what bothers me the worst about the back there? It's that one trailing belt on the right side.
Now, where might those fish be?
Just, it's got a hoop, and it's hooked into her actual belt, and it's just dangling there on the right side with a little poof ball at the end. Why? I get it. It's the lion motif. It's
I
still
hope we
stupid.
catch something decent.
It's also
Hungry
asymmetric.
bellies are counting on this.
I know. Asymmetry can work. I don't think it works there. Asymmetry usually works by being counterbalancing rather than Let me put this a different way. His outfits. No, his outfit's a good example. So if you notice, his shoulder pads are actually asymmetrical. They're not identical. In fact, they're completely different in terms of style. One is actually relatively thin and goes down at a jutting line. The other is a broad, sort of an angular thing. Nevertheless, they balance each other. There is still a degree of counterbalance between both shoulder pads, so you barely even notice that. You probably can't even... You probably didn't even notice that his shoulder pads are different until I pointed it out to you just now. That's because they naturally match each other, right? By contrast, if he just had the one shoulder pad on, well, that might draw attention a little bit differently or in a different way. Same thing with the belt. You just have the belt there. Nothing is balancing it out, so it just sticks out. Now, actually, I can... You know what? Hang on. So, you might be like, oh, so you mean like this? Yeah, actually. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. The one shoulder pad thing can work, but usually what you do with the one shoulder pad look is you have something else to counterbalance it. Usually something really small or something around the neckline or whatever. Here, all you have is his bare shoulder, which can work, but in this case, I don't think it does. It actually looks better at an angle where the actual problem isn't being called into attention like that or that. And by the way, someone asked about the feet. That's actually really smart. She's got a 3-piece boot, effectively. Actually, 5-piece, but whatever. So you can see how, she's got the entirety of her shin and calves covered. And her actual feet, which is important when you're wielding a frickin' shield. But she still has maneuverability. So, once again, good armor. And, I know, you look down. You'll notice the armor's actually still just fine, because I mentioned calves. You notice the boots do still cover on the back as well. So that's not an issue that way. But anyways. Now you want to talk about a terrible outfit. Well, I'll show you a terrible outfit. Actually, I'd say only two things bothers me about this.
Around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
I'm not even gonna tell you what they are.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Okay. Alright, let's get some horse meat. Yeah, horse meat. Look, right now, I would eat horse, okay? That's all I'm saying. I am unapologetically a bit of a fashion geek. I just don't often get to talk about it in the course of my job, that's all. Not a complaint, it's just a statement of fact. How would I fix her outfit? The chest piece needs to be altered, and the way that the cut of the dress needs to be altered. I hope we manage to
catch Almadria soon.
I hope so too, before she can cause any more havoc.
You okay, Rinwell?
Oh, yeah.
Don't push yourself too hard now, okay?
Okay. Thanks. Oh, Hoodle. I don't know what to do.
Just kill with hatred. Kill with hatred, yes. Okay, so last time we had the Nochi. We've already... Oh, wait, have we had the vitamin smoothie? We have not. So... Yeah, let's have the vitamin smoothie from Kisara.
Done. This is sure to give the others some much-needed energy.
Oh yeah, final comment. Her skin color complements both the white and the black and the gold well, which is why her hair color and her eye color also work well with the rest of her outfit.
What's wrong, Law?
Why do I gotta have a vitamin smoothie?
Because you've been eating nothing but meat lately. Your body needs vegetables to stay healthy.
Yeah, but does it have to be so concentrated?
It's better that way. Even if you hate vegetables, all you have to do is drink it. It's a quick and easy way to get more nutrients.
Like you're one to talk. You'll have anything as long as it's spicy.
Which that vitamin smoothie isn't. I know its taste leaves a little to be desired, but once you get used to it, it's not so bad.
This sludge isn't gonna make me less hungry.
I don't know. If you downed 10 of them, I bet you'd start feeling pretty full.
Are you trying to turn me into an herbivore or something?
If I were you, Law, I'd drink it down sooner rather than later. It's going to start tasting bitter if you let it get warm.
It's already bitter when it's cold.
Come on, Law. It's good for you. Quit complaining and drink it already.
Ah, I love Kisara. Speaking of which...
Kisara, let's talk for a bit.
Sorry for rambling on so much about my past earlier.
Don't sweat it. It was fun hearing you reminisce about the good old days.
Come on, you don't have to pretend with me. I know I can tend to go on sometimes when it comes to my brother.
You said it, not me. Anyway, I don't think it's something for you to be embarrassed about.
Hey, Alphen. When you were a kid, was there ever a time when you had to bury someone younger than you?
No memories.
Well, it's hard to say. I'm guessing that you have, though.
Yeah. During the previous crown contest, with the Lord before Dohalim. Life back then was truly hell. I think that's why I tried to ignore what Miguel was telling me for so long. Because I was afraid of going back to such a dark time. Of losing hope. I wanted to believe in our paradise so much that I doubted the one person I should have trusted most. I don't blame blame Dohalim for that. I simply didn't want to face facts. And I ended up trying to project my ideals onto everyone else.
It's strange. Whenever you and Dohalim talk about Menancia, it's always like it's some big failure. We're talking about fixing 300 years worth of damage here. Isn't it a bit optimistic to think it was all going to be resolved after only 5?
You might be right. Maybe it was a mistake when Menancia... No, when I decided to stop seeing the darkness in our society. I have to admit the truth. To myself, first of all. I'll take watch tonight. It's okay. Before we go, do you guys have everything?
Yes, Mom. If it makes you feel any better, Evo, I never studied sound design or music design. I do both on a near daily basis nowadays. Self-taught and all that. Oh, right. I can warp here now, can't I? Yes, I can. So hang on. Before we do that... Listen, happily ever after has to happen now, damn it.
Sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Alright, what junk you got for me here? Is it feathers? Because I could use a new pillow. Looks like a cosmetic. 2 cosmetics. Yep. Oh. Oh, I like both of those. We're gonna go with that one, though. Look at that. And then, the perfect sunglasses to go with it. Hell yeah. What are this? Sunglasses. Nope, he just wears them on his forehead like that. He's rude, or Reno, excuse me, or something. No, I think we're gonna go with orange for now. We'll see what happens when we upgrade our sword. I like what lists the red as copper.
We've reached our destination.
And the orange as silver. I suppose that's fair. I guess you haven't heard this story, Evo. I actually went to a music theory class for probably about a month before I quit it. The only class I ever quit in my entire academic career.
A dead end?
No, there's an elevator. Looks operational.
God, that teacher was terrible. Is that a yacht? That looks like a yacht.
I can't believe there's actually an underground harbor here. There are even boats docked.
I only see Danans. Think they were forced to work here?
Probably. Let's see what they have to share about Almadria.
It was 100% the teacher here. This was, so, I'm going to show you two quick stories about this teacher. Number one of the lessons was we had to go up and explain how we learn about music and how we construct music as if we were the teacher. And he would then pretend to be the student. So one dude came up and he started talking about it being like a physical thing because he played guitar. So he was like, you know, this is how I do it. It's this, it's this, it's this, etc. One person goes up. Heal because it's usually more reactive, yada. So another person goes up and she starts talking about how she looks at it, like physically she can draw it out on the thing that has notes on it. You can tell I know my music theory. I go up and I start explaining how it works in my brain, which for those of you who don't know is math. I start explaining how it's numbers. This is a +3, this is a +4. And the goal is always to equal it out to 0 for chords and so forth and so on. And I start going on this thing. He interrupts me, very rudely, I might add, and says in what I can only refer to as an annoying voice, but Mr. Runner, because my name was Runner back then, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, their reasons make sense, but that just doesn't make sense. There's no math. This isn't math class. So how could music be math? Now, I later found out that he was actually angry at me for that. I found this out after the fact. Because he thought I was diminishing his beloved art by comparing it to mathematics. Hang on, I got a second story. So, at one point, we were discussing different genres of music and trying to qualify and quantify the construction thereof. Math is awesome, Sluggeretta. So, one of the other students said, in deference to Runner, we should mention video game music. Now, how many of you can guess what his immediate snapback reaction to that sentence was? Like, before the kid finished his sentence of saying video game music, the teacher already talked right over him. That's not real music. We're only talking about actual genres of music, yeah? Yeah, he was an asshole. That's why I quit music theory. Oh my god. So they don't mind working here, not because they're taken care of or given anything like that. You actually did work there, yes. But instead because they can fish here, on their own time, of course, to keep themselves fed. Like I said, only class I've ever ditched in my entire life. In fact, I was so scared to mention it to Mum. Lord Mum. Because, you know, that's just not me. I was the all A's kid. Good fortune, yada. I mean, that kind of attitude is exactly why voice acting in video games... Okay, there we go. Has been terrible for so long and considered not even an actual proper venerable vocation, which has led to it getting a lack of support until arguably like 10 years ago. Okay, so this apparently isn't her ship. This is just a ship that happens to be here. No, we didn't, Trihexia. It's okay, Warp Core. I can do the alphabet song. Let's see it. A.
You didn't happen to see a lord come by, did you?
Sorry, friend, but she just left. Came by with a whole posse of underlings, boarded her ship, and took off at first wind. We damn near got blown away. She was that much in a hurry.
Damn! So we missed her!
You guys trying to go after her? Need a ride?
Are you saying you know how to steer a ship?
Spent most of my life chained to the deck of some ship or other. Yeah, I know my jib from my boom.
We don't know how dangerous it'll be. Better you give us the boat and stay on solid ground.
Whoa there! You been out on the water before? The sea ain't nobody's friend, you know. You need a sea dog like me, or you'll sink her before she makes it out the harbor.
We're losing time. Sir, we're in your debt.
Now that's more like it. Name's Mahavar. Just give me a holler when you're all set and we'll set sail.
You know, I've been wondering that for a while. The Renans did have spaceships, so where the hell are they? I have a feeling there's an answer to that question somewhere. Yeah, I was just saying, we all know what that giant open cargo spread is going to be for. That's going to be a boss arena. Ugh, Evo, you're so pedantic for using illustrative arts. How dare you not follow through on this?
Like a dream come true. Never gotten to captain a ship before. Never would have thought I'd get a chance like this. Thank you, y'all.
The pleasure's all ours. Think we'll catch up to her?
Course we will. They got too much weight on them. Meanwhile, this ship's carrying nothing but us salty scalawags. They got a good head start on us, but we can take them.
Do you know if there are any Danans on that ship?
Couldn't say for sure. On the one hand, seeing as it's supposed to be something of another castle, I'd reckon they probably wouldn't let a bunch of Danans on board. On the other hand, I'd be real surprised if the Renans were able to pilot that thing all by themselves. In any case, it's gonna be a while before we reach her. Until then, you're all free to do whatever. Just don't fall in the ocean.
Yeah, that'll suck. It's made of blood. My party disbanded. Oh, God! I'm
There's not exactly a lot to do on this.
I'm all alone.
I guess I'll check in on everyone and see how they're holding up.
This is very strange music for this. So we just saw a few hundred people get horrifically murdered. And then, you know, had the worst cutscene in the game so far. And then, like, a mini dungeon, barely. And now we're doing this. God. This is a good time as any to update the HUD, which I haven't done in a while. Now, before you freak out, I should probably mention this isn't indicative because there are a lot of positives I'm still sitting on. But I actually have already mentioned the story pacing problems, and there are some very serious story pacing problems in this game. So, yeah. There we go. HUD's up to date. How do you measure passion? Depends on what metric you want to use. I actually did, Evo. It became even more jarring when it went away. Because there's been some... You're going to disagree with me on this. There's been some legitimately good romantic scenes of the budding relationship between those two. And the contrast between those scenes and the early scenes is just... It's jarring. I don't know what else to call it. Apparently we're talking to Windmill first. I was going to kind of go around, but whatever.
Do you think Law is okay?
No.
If you're worried, why don't you ask him yourself?
Yeah. I think maybe I should apologize to him too. I should apologize to all of you, really.
Us too?
Well, I was kinda lying to you all this whole time. I was blind to everything except my own revenge. I never even considered the struggles all of you might be facing.
We all have things we'd prefer to keep to ourselves, Rinwell. So what if you had something to hide? It doesn't undo the good that you've done, or the people that you've helped save along the way.
But that's not what I mean.
I know. You're talking about Almadria, right?
Yeah. I hate her, Alphen. I can't stop hating her. Even just thinking about her makes my head feel like it's going to explode.
It's because you're like 11 and she murdered
But
your
it's
parents.
not just her. I think about the way Law looked at me. I hated the Lord who killed my parents. And I hated the Renans I had to travel alongside. And yet, Cislodius Danans backstab each other like it's a normal way of life. And Mahag Sar has people like Deadime. But then there are people like Law and Shion. It's all just too much. I don't know what to think anymore.
Law never said that you had to forgive Almadria. It's only natural you would hate your family's murderer. But
But what?
Law left home because of how much he hated his father. As a result of that, well, I think Law spent a lot of time thinking about how they never got to make things right. And if I had to guess, killing Ganabel didn't make any of those feelings go away. Law let revenge fuel him, and I think now he's afraid you'll do something you'll regret.
Afraid?
Whatever happens to Almadria when this is all over is up to you. I'll respect whatever choice you make. Just think it over carefully for me, okay? You still have time.
We've got at least one more dungeon to go through.
Okay. Thanks, Alphen. Say, back then, after the fight, I think I really made Shion mad. I don't know, though. Maybe it just looked that way. But I guess I just can't seem to understand how she feels. Do you know why she gets like that?
Shion's... She can be a tough nut to crack. She doesn't really talk a whole lot about herself.
It's just what she said about hate being a source of strength. Where did that come from? I wonder how it feels, not being able to hold another person's hand.
Yeah, in hindsight, I really like the copper highlights on the silver, which of course I do, and I knew I would. Not sure about the cloth, but I love that copper. Bronze, whatever you want to call that.
You don't look so good. You all right?
The floor. It keeps moving. How can you stand it? How can you even stand?
Go stand in the middle of the
I'm
ship.
not the best person
It'll
to
help a
ask
bit.
about discomfort. I can't feel pain, remember?
I still can't believe what happened in Niez. Even now. As a lord, my expectations for Almadria were already pretty low. But the way she treated human lives like they're mere playthings.
Yeah. And it wasn't as if the situation in Niaz was improving much to begin with.
You mean Deadime.
The whole reason I started fighting back was because of my anger at the atrocities of Renan rule. Back then, all I had to worry about was fighting the Renans for the sake of the Danans. But then I met Shion and the people of Menancia, and things became a lot more complicated. It's even messier now that we have to worry about Danans like Deadime.
It used to be that the Danans were the ones in the right, and the Renans were the ones in the wrong. Though, maybe that was just a biased perspective from being on the side of the oppressed.
Exactly. I'll never tolerate the Renans ruling over us. But nothing ever ends up being as black and white as you'd expect it to be either. That's clear to me now.
That said, even putting aside bad apples like Deadime for a moment, you may be able to free the Danon people, but that won't undo 300 years of oppression. It'll be hard for them to not give in to their resentment. I think maybe that's why I clung to our dream so hard back in Menancia.
Even if his motivations weren't pure, Dohalim has a good heart. He didn't sink to the depths Almeidrea did.
You don't understand. I'm saying that it goes deeper than that. This hierarchy we live in, it's not solely something the Renans invented. I remember a story Rinwell once told me. She said before the Renans invaded, we Danans had our own class system. We are the ones who divided ourselves. I saw it in Deadime's eyes. He wanted to rule over others.
To hear Bayfon tell it, Deadime wasn't always that way.
But as time went on, and he and the Darkwings fought the Renans, he eventually changed. I guess what I'm getting at is, if we defeat the Renans but just go back to the way things were before, was there even any point in fighting?
But that world isn't the one you want to create, right?
Maybe not. But to tell you the truth, these days I'm not so sure that dream is even possible.
You have your promise to Megal, though. Your home and the people of Menancia are depending on you.
I know. My brother. He truly believed in his dream of coexistence. And I suppose, even now, many people still do. And then, there's you.
Who, me?
You and Shion.
I'm not sure I follow.
Okay, then let me spell it out for you. How many other Renans and Danans do you know that get on as spectacularly as the two of you?
I don't know that I'd say spectacularly.
Well, I suppose it's really all a matter of how you look at it, isn't it?
I really don't see what you're getting.
Ugh, I think I'm getting seasick again. Sorry. Can you just give me a wide berth for a few minutes?
I mean, ironically, we've been trying Blade Travel, just not quite getting there. I didn't used to get seasick, but then again, I didn't used to have an aversion to seafood. I've had 2 surgeries since the last time I've been out over the water. Hell, I've had 2 surgeries since I've seen the ocean. So, nowadays, who knows?
Hold that pose long enough and someone might just come along and paint you.
Any artist who'd see fit to paint me needs their eyes tested.
What can you tell me about Almeidrea?
Not as much as you'd probably wish. I only ended up crossing paths with her a handful of times, after I was chosen to be a lord on Lenegus.
Ah, right. I almost forgot about Lenegus. How much do you think they know about what's been going on down here?
It's safe to assume they know everything, though I know not why they choose to remain uninvolved. Perhaps they see what's been happening as just part of the ongoing crown contest.
Even what Almeidrea did? Has it really reached the point where her actions are seen as normal?
Not to my knowledge, no. At its core, the crown contest is a competition to see who can amass the most astral energy. And to amass such energy, slaves are needed to collect it from. It's therefore against the Lord's interest to kill them.
So then why would Almeidrea do something like that?
We must remember that time is running out in the crown contest. Perhaps her hand was forced, so to speak. It is a way to accrue astral energy faster and in larger quantities than through slave labor. Doing so kills off that labor force, obviously, but it is a means to an end nonetheless. No one could have foreseen that something like the Hollowing would arise back when the contest was first conceived.
Is becoming the Sovereign of Rena really that important to the Lords?
Of course. It's the greatest prize one can attain in their eyes. In that respect, at least, I'm really not that surprised that Almeidrea resorted to what she did, as utterly despicable as it is.
It's reassuring to hear you feel the same way I do.
I worry that the only reason I never did anything similar in Menancia was due to my lack of ambition.
If you didn't want to be reminded of your past, you could have just plugged your ears.
You think too highly of me. I'm afraid I must respectfully disagree. I'm not nearly as virtuous of a person as you might wish to believe.
If that's so, would you have been so shaken up when Kisara lost her brother? Why else would you turn your back on your own kind and choose to fight for Miguel's dream? Aren't we just Danans?
A curious choice of words. Did what you see in Mahag Sar hit you that hard?
What Deadheim did to that city, he didn't liberate anyone. Anyone who refused to follow him was an enemy in his eyes. 300 years of Renan rule taught him nothing.
What I have come to understand is that the conflict extends beyond Danan versus Renan. There is an internal quarrel as well. I mean to bring about a true, lasting coexistence in Menancia. But there are more walls we must topple first.
And you don't think you can pull it off?
Well, you seem to think you can, at least.
Does that make us enemies?
Insofar as an exchange of swordplay, no, it doesn't.
Not good enough for you?
Are you really... Forgive me. I will continue to fight by your side a while longer. That much I have decided.
Really, Dohalim? By the literal definitions of the word, yes, that qualifies as a MacGuffin, but, I mean, the literal definitions of a MacGuffin are pretty broad. Usually when I think of a MacGuffin, I think of it in the negative sense. Something that's used in place of good writing, to put it bluntly. If I... yes, Walker. Or at least the way that they do it is a yes. In fact, it's already been a negative. It's negative, negative number 1, actually. Then there's negative number 2, and then there's negative number 3. Anyways, the fact that... I'm trying to think of an example that isn't a spoiler. So I'll just try to make up one. If I happen to get a ringer on my party, or someone who's a particularly skilled mage, or is a traitor from the evil empire or whatever, that's an advantage. That's something that gives me an edge over my opponent and allows me to be able to fight above my weight class, right? By contrast, if I'm going forwards and I find the magic decision-making coin, the coin, and I poke the coin at something and it like instantly wins or whatever, or maybe like this is the only thing that could stop the evil empire's mega death ray, the omega mega ray. That's a little bit more of what I would mentally think of as a MacGuffin. Something that has no real logical purpose or sense other than to fill a hole in the plot. By contrast, something like the crystals in FF5, that works for me. This sword, and indeed this thing this sword actually comes from, which is the Master Core that she's wielding, that works for me. But I've seen a lot of fiction which just is like, and then there's this herring. Yeah, anyways. So no, it is always the implementation, Walker. I don't think there's such a thing as an automatic negative or an automatic positive in any of my review formats. With even unskippable cutscenes is something that's more of a gradient than it looks like, because there's some malleability behind what defines a skippable cutscene. To give a direct example of that, Dragon Age Origins got a skippable or rather didn't get an unskippable cutscene negative. Because in something like DAO, you actually can mash through the cutscenes extraordinarily quickly. If you choose to, if you want to. To use a related example, Final Fantasy IV on the DS would get unskippable cutscenes negative, but FF4 on the SNES would not. Because FF4 on the SNES, you can just mash through cutscenes so quickly that it is the equivalent of a skippable cutscene. Sense make? And yeah, actually, that's a good example. The recent Doctor Strange film, which I just want to reiterate sucks and I hate it, is a good example of what I would call a MacGuffin, as opposed to the literal definition of the word. I just noticed my cooking buff is bleeding. I should probably go do something.
I took a look around inside the ship just in case, but I didn't find anything that looked like it might be suspicious.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
You know, it wasn't until I left Calaglia that I finally realized just how big the world is.
When we tore down the wall in Calaglia, and I could finally see the horizon in the far-off distance, I had the exact same thought.
Yeah, somehow the sea is different though. I'm not sure just how to put it. It's almost as if it just goes on forever. I bet my old man would have been blown away by this view.
Yeah.
Ever since he died, I've been thinking about what it was that he was really trying to say to me at the end. I keep going over his words again and again. And heck, maybe I'm just overthinking it all. But still, sometimes I wonder if it could have turned out differently. If there was something I could have done. But no matter how much I play it back, I'm still no closer to finding any answers. And then there's everything with Rinwell. I stopped her from killing Almadria, but was that really the right thing to do?
Could you please stop referencing the worst scene in the game?
For her? I feel like such a screw-up.
You're not the only one. I keep asking myself what Zephyr would have done had he been here.
I mean, he would have rocked it.
How would Zephyr have handled Rinwell?
Yeah, I think he definitely would have stopped her. No doubt about it.
And that's exactly what you did, Law. I think he'd be really proud of you.
Alphen.
Zephyr's not the worst yardstick to measure ourselves against. Let's both do our best to make him proud.
Sounds like a deal. Thanks, Alphen.
Thank you, Starscream. I actually didn't even notice, to be completely honest with you, but yeah. It's weird to think about. I've been streaming for quite a while at this point. Not quite since it was called Justin TV, but I got in pretty early.
Lean much further, you'll go overboard. Keeping an eye out for Almadria's ship?
I'm looking at the ocean.
The ocean?
Yeah. The waves. They help me think. This world is filled with natural wonders. The icy air and white peaks of Cyslodia. The lush green glades of Menancia. The harsh wastes of Calaglia. But Menancia has its Lake of Death, and Nias its ruins. And they wouldn't be there if it weren't for that contest.
Say we actually manage to put a stop to the crown contest for good. What do you think will happen between the Danans and the Renans then?
A mess for years.
You first.
Well, I want to believe that the coexistence we saw in Menancia can happen elsewhere, too. It's insane for all of us to keep fighting. If Menancia can do it, so can everyone else.
Yeah, I think that would be good too. A world where everyone can get along. At least, that's what I've come to believe.
You sure have changed.
I can't lie to you. Since I was young, I've looked down on the Danans too. But I've seen a lot. And I see things differently now. I've seen so many ugly and terrible things in this world. And yet, they didn't come from just the Danans. And the good things too. They didn't come from just the Renans. Kindness and cruelty exist on both sides. A person's race doesn't factor into it. So, I guess you're right after all, Alphen. I have changed. You know, I've never actually touched another person like this.
Shion.
Ever since I was on Lenegis, I've always been alone. Even after I came to Dana. Always.
And now,
You know, his HP.
Do you still not remember your past?
No. Sometimes it feels like I can almost remember. But then this mask stops me.
The mask keeps you from remembering why you have the mask in the first place.
Probably deliberately.
It's a little ironic, isn't it?
A little. Well, it won't be long now before you're rid of those thorns, you know? Only 2 lords remain. And once you have their master course, you'll be able to create the Renis Alma, right? Then you can... Shion?
Sorry, it's nothing. Promise. You're right, though. It'll all be over soon. I never could have made it this far on my own. I have everyone to thank for that. Including... especially you, Alphen.
Don't worry about it. We're friends, after all.
Yeah, we are.
Two things. First, it would actually be really easy to fix her outfit. Get rid of most of the silver. The silver should be a highlight rather than a primary function of her outfit.
I'll ask Mahavar.
Good luck. Mentally remove the shoulder plates and the chest cover, and just leave the choker and the bits in the abdominal area and the hip area, and the silver suddenly works a lot better. Probably add, if I was to say, probably add like some kind of silver straps up here. Maybe something on the hands. Maybe something on the hem, I'm not sure. But either way, silver, being the highlight color here, would actually work really well. The problem is they're trying to push the silver to the front. It's too much, and it's actually throwing the color balance of the rest of it. The pink of her hair, the light skin color, the dark red, and the black all complement each other very well, but the silver isn't doing very well. So, I'm not even going to talk about her shoes. I did actually like that scene, though. It's one of the first times she's actually reached out to someone and, you know, just held someone's hand as a gesture of friendship. It's a nice touch. No pun intended. I'd be good at it, Star Wars, but then again, I'd be good at a lot of things, so... It's a nice stream for a living. Which is the one thing I suck at. And now, boss fight with Venters.
Look who's up! Good timing. We're closing in on her stern as we speak.
That's the ship?
Jesus Christ. Look at the size of that thing.
Go gather the others, will you? Think you'll be able to flank them without getting spotted?
Yeah, with the fog as our ally, I think I might just pull it off. Long as we ain't too noisy, we should be okay.
What'll you do if they catch on to us?
Not much I can do. Ship that size, they'll probably blow us to bits before we ready cannons.
Do you have cannons on this thing? This looks like a cargo hauler. I like the scarf coloring. And, new statement, separate from the previous one, I do like the gold on the darker steel they've got. It's kind of a slate steel. And yes, I am.
Persistent little things. Evidently, I shouldn't have spared the wretched vermin.
Speaking of terrible outfits. Good God.
Hungry already, my dear? Worry not, for you shall have plenty to feast upon shortly.
Oh yeah, that's Kasumi, Ross.
Perfect. You managed to get us right up beside them.
I'll stay with the ship so we can leave as soon as you're done.
Good. Then let's find Almadria.
I mean, maybe my standards are skewed because I've been playing video games for the last 40 years. But, yeah, Kasumi from Persona 5. Sorry. Not Kasumi from Mass Effect. Anyways, most of the outfits in this game have been okay, and there's been a few actually good ones. Which makes outfits like Almadra's outfit just stand out even more. Like, what are you wearing? Also, I don't know if you know this.
Shion, I want to thank you.
The stone is heavy.
What you said helped to calm me.
Don't mention it.
I'm just pointing that out because we're on a ship which has stone and marble on it. This... I know. It's a spaceship. Let's go do some random battles.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out. Look sharp.
Lunar corruption! Lunar blast!
Dragon swarm! Switch to off! Call that!
Lightning!
Here I
Hear
come!
me! Flame of
Lightning!
fury! Burning strike!
Destroy that board! My turn! Listen!
Dragon scale!
Dragon swarm!
Crescent moon!
Damn it!
Lunar
Too fast!
corruption!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
All in order.
Hear me! Flame
Here I
of
come!
fury!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Well, you don't like the gigantic black ribbon that's basically sitting on her? Oh, God. Although, actually, I haven't talked about his outfit yet. I'm actually really fond of his outfit. I mentioned asymmetry. This is a good way to do asymmetry right here. If you look at his outfit right now, there are actually 2 pieces of asymmetry. Technically, it's more like 7, but my point is, there's a slant to his entire outfit. But it's really subtle. You probably don't even notice it first, because it's the, I don't remember what they're called. We're going to call them ropes. They're dangling from his belt, which slant in one direction. And then further on his left side, there's another rope, also slanting in the same direction. And of course, up top, we've got this thing. Still the left, still slanting the same direction. And all of it is the same general highlights. The royal blue and the bronze, I'm going to call that. Good contrast, good shaping. And notice, one last thing, by the way, even his cape actually is slanted in the same direction, towards his left. And of course, we have the dark blue going down to the very nice aqua, which is a good contrast to everything else. It is, in fact, the only bit of his outfit that varies his overall color palette. Blue, copper, blue, bronze, and white. Kind of a light eggshell white, in this case. And then we have the one accent, and that one accent is this really bright blue, which just kind of throws the whole other thing into sharp relief. Now, you could argue the hair. I noticed that one of his cosmetics is I can change his hair, but I haven't gotten any of the hair color things yet, so whatever. Also, the corsage is actually mine. I can get rid of that.
That's far enough!
I mean, we know he's a Gerudo. And he's a male Gerudo, so we know what that means, too.
Lightning! Swallow blade!
Tiger blade!
See what I can do!
Burning strike! I wonder if we can make new weapons with...
With what? With what?
Got it!
No, she's the one who can do this. I should probably get her in the party. We're about to fight her nemesis. I hate to lose anyone for that, but I'll go ahead and put her in there.
That went well.
Are you okay? You're not too tired, are you?
Nope, I'm fine. Let's...
It's on! Dragon Swarm! Dragon Shell!
Lightning energy! Lightning condemned!
Dragon Swarm!
Thunderblade!
Fluid Cake! It's over!
Hear me!
Destruction!
It's time!
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not actually sure. The optional CP things in the overworld are nice. I actually like those. The basic risk reward. Do you burn one resource for another resource? In a dungeon, it's just there is a CP tax, which is pointless when there's a heal all right before the boss. So there's no actual purpose behind the doors.
Now that's what I call a ship!
Yeah. The biggest one in all of Mahagsar. So big that it took years to construct.
For all we know, Kelzelik may well have been smuggling materials to help build it, in which case it would be yet another mistake on my part.
We don't know that she was only getting materials from Menancia.
You think it's possible that they might have come from elsewhere too? Yeah, I guess I could see it.
But what do you think Almadria plans to do from here on out, now that she's abandoned her realm and sailed out to sea?
She'll be filling her coffers with gold, most likely. Then she'll sit back and enjoy the show as the other lords duke it out. Or something to that effect, at least.
I wouldn't put it past her.
She's strong, yet shrewd, and will stoop to any low. A dangerous one indeed.
She's not the first, and she won't be the last. This is a lord we're talking about, remember?
Sounds like you've made up your mind already.
There was never anything to decide. No one who can smile like that while doing what she did deserves to roam free.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
This might not be the best time, but if you have a minute. That mask of yours, it was shattered by a blow from Balsef when you fought back in Calaglia, correct?
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I thought I was a goner.
Balsef's brute strength was in a league all its own, yet half the mask remains. It's remarkably durable. Too durable to be Danon in origin.
Shion said the same thing. As if the fact I was wearing it meant there had to be more to me than met the eye.
You recalled your name when the mask broke, I hear.
Yeah, that's right. Although to tell you the truth, I'm a little scared what might happen when I lose the
I
remaining...
mean, he's the 5th Lord, right? We all know this. We can
And
see this
again,
coming.
The idea of not doing something because I'm afraid scares me even more. That's why I go on fighting.
Only he who first faces the night catches a glimpse of the dawn.
Come again?
It's nothing. Forget I said anything.
My livestock have reached maturity. Also, Evo, I hate to break it to you, but I mean, we've got Kisara, and then Dohalim, and then we've got Law and Rinwal, and then we've got Alphen and Shion. I think we've got 3 couples on the screen here. Now, I mean, honestly, that shouldn't even do anything at this point, even in character. Never mind for us, because we don't give a damn. So I'm about to do something that I haven't done in a week. I'm actually a little nervous, but I'm pretty sure I got this. You ready for this? This is a big moment for me because I've actually been having trouble staying hydrated over the last week because of this. So, here it comes. Okay, that actually felt weird. I can feel the gums kind of bending a little bit. But I think we're okay. Anybody who's watched me for the last 20 years knows that I tend to drink the majority of my liquid through a straw, so this last week has been weird. Nothing hurts. I'm very... I'm paying more attention than I normally would be to pain. Let's put it that way. Because I have an unfortunate bad habit of not noticing my own pain. Yeah, not a brag. That's just a statement of fact.
An astral arc?
That's my cue!
Coming through! Ha! Now!
Scarlet Inferno!
Lightning condemned! Lunar corruption!
It's almost too strong!
Oh, I bet you thought. Jeez Louise.
I can carve through armor!
Flame of
Dragon
fury!
Swarm! I'll tear you apart!
Do it!
I was always Alphen.
I need to be stronger.
I mean, I'd rather be Alphen than Alpha No, am I right? Besides, we all know I'd actually be Alizé. No, that's a lie. I'd be Alpha No. Too focused on the statecraft side of things. Wow, that's
It's over! Can't get out of this!
I don't know, Ross. Thancred's kind of the dad.
Our work is done here.
There's a reason
Let's
I call
move.
him Dad.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Yeah, I'm actually really fortunate, Trithon. And I mean that sincerely. I actually have all 4 of my wisdom teeth still, and they're fine. There's no issues there. And I'm 40. There's never going to be an issue at this point. My sister had to have all 4 wisdom teeth removed. And there's a good chance my niece will for the same reason.
You'll pay for what you did!
Now you'll learn!
I'm out! I'm all stocked up!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Burning strike!
Destruction! Dragon Jet!
Now I'm in the groove!
Dragon Swarm!
Lightning on! Now I'm getting started!
Crush!
There's always room for improvement.
See, on the one hand, Evo, feeling no pain would be horrific on every level.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Like, we've talked about that. That's a literal medical problem at that point. But on the other hand, if I couldn't hug my niece and feel it, I'm pretty sure I'd kill myself. So...
Astral energy!
Say no more.
It's okay, you live in a country where you can do that, right, Evo? Like, you don't need to tell me the specifics. It's none of my business, but... You don't live in the States, right? Yeah, feeling no pain, even if we somehow magically limited it to just no pain, as opposed to no nerves,
An opponent like
that would be horrible.
Now! Do as I say!
Lightning orb! Into the shadows! You have no mercy! Frozen!
Hammer!
Light astral
Do as I
energy!
say! You're mine!
Photon
Dragon Swarm!
Thunderbolt!
Destruction!
Here I go! Talon hurricane!
Glimmer Dragon!
Light
Dragon
astral
Swarm!
energy!
That's enough! What's this?
Light demon!
Attack!
Lightning condemned! Thunderbolt!
Die!
Lightning!
First strike!
Raging fury!
Come back, William!
Burning
I'll teach you
this
respect!
way! Into the shadows!
Now I'm in the groove.
I'll be saving this
Whirlwind
one!
smash!
Gale force!
I'll smash you!
More where that came from!
Dragon Swarm! Take
Lunar
that!
blast!
Take this!
Far enough!
Photon
Dragon
blast!
Swarm!
Into the wind! Kikara! Frozen!
Hammer!
Barely a blip on our radar.
Yeah, that's why I'm pretty sure he's got magic no pain, as opposed to actual
Never
no
seen
pain.
anything like it.
It's an authentication key. They're quite common.
Maybe where you're from, but this is new to me.
It might go in an elevator somewhere. We should test it out.
So first, Sean, do you mind telling me how much you want to put towards which? Which one gets the 2 and which one gets the 1? Either way, thank you, Sean, very much. I will put that towards Shantae. Oh, never mind. I didn't see the third thing. I'm sorry. This stupid thing formats it so weirdly sometimes. Ignore me. So I'll put that towards Shantae 1, Shantae 7 Sirens, and Stray. So something I've been debating doing is blocking together the Trails of series into blocks. Do the, what's it, Hero of Legends, whatever. Legend of the Sky, something like that. 1, 2, and 3 as a block. And then Cold Steel 1 through 4, I believe, as a block. Those are going to be gargantuan runs. So it's going to take a while to make that happen. But, it is something I've been debating doing since obviously it's a series, right? It's a directly connected series. It's literally part 1, 2, 3, and 4, or part 1, 2, and 3, and so forth and so on. So there's a logic there. Especially since, if memory serves, which I'm pretty sure it does, but give me a moment. Yeah, that's what I thought. Cold Steel 2 is actually already funded. So, hypothetically, a Cold Steel block would just require funding for 1, 3, and 4. This would just. It's only 300 hours, instead of 700. So, it's something I've been debating anyways, so I'm cool with going ahead and going with that. That being said, thank you, Walker. Always. I will put that towards a short hike. So now I have to deal with this $1,000 donation that was just dropped on my face. So here's how this works. Any donation after over a certain amount, I kind of have to sit on for about 31 days. And by for about, I mean exactly 31 days. And I have a separate area where I keep track of that stuff. Not that it happens that often, but it is something that I do. So if you want, I can absolutely do exactly what you say and just put that for about a month towards the Trails of Cold Steel block and slump those all together and try to make that happen when we get there. If that's unacceptable, obviously you can say you're dumb, lore, and I hate you and you're stupid, and then you can like beat me in the face, just start pummeling my face in, really test, you know, all the new dental work, make sure all the teeth are working in the right way. Might be a little sensitive, I'll be honest, but you know, the pain will be worth it, because then we'll be able to play Trails of Cold Steel. It's up to you though. Let me know. I need to do a little bit of math, and rather than do that in my head, I honestly have very few memories of whichever Trails of Cold Steel I played. I don't remember which one it was. I think it was 1. I'm not really sure on that one. I don't know, are they even doing it, Trihexia? But either way, Orion, especially right now, I've had to give a fairly large amount, listen to me. I've chosen to give a large amount of money to help out some of my family when they're not doing very well. And I just had to repair my teeth in a way that was literally life-threatening. So, to say that I don't appreciate everyone's support, especially yours, right now would be a horrific lie, because I'm barely managing right now in terms of my average finances. I will, of course, make it. I always do. I'm good with money. But what I'm trying to say is, Thank you. Okay, who just donated? I can hear that. I can't look, I'm bowing right now. For another 3 minutes. This is a good get a drink break. I wonder. Different idle animations. Ugh. Ugh. Oh my god, he's Zach. You got it, Orion. Thank you again. I will add that onto the pile. I'm actually looking forward to it. Especially since, from my perspective, the Trails of Cold Steel series is just kind of end on a cliffhanger, and I've deliberately not looked up some of the stuff that happens, obviously. So at a certain point in my knowledge of the story just kind of stops. But I will eventually put that towards the Cold Steel block, and we'll make that happen. Thank you, Ross. I'll put that towards something you want me to put it towards. And thank you, whoever donated the anonymous gift. Always appreciate you. And if either of you want to tell me what you want those to go towards, do please let me know. Or also sick Evo on you. Darth Iliani over there. You don't want that. Is she fishing? Oh my god, she's fishing. 13 Sentinels. You got it. Whoops, that's spelled with an S, not an X. 13 Sentinels certainly sounds like a fun game, but that's not what I was going for there.
Way.
Swallow blade!
Eat this! Here's the Take that!
Done! Slash!
Talon Hurricane!
Dragon Swarm!
Eagle Fly!
Not a
I'm
chance!
just getting started! Flying free! Why can't they just sit still? Do it!
Can you take care of them?
No, get toasty!
Burn strike!
An astral arch?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Oh my god. I wasn't e-begging. I was just stating fact.
Like this should be easy.
Anything in armor is That freaking does it!
Will this help?
Dance in the wind!
In here, be careful. It has some kind of camouflage.
I owe you one.
That's it!
Bosses becoming regular enemies.
I'm on it!
Into the shadows!
Dragon Swarm!
Heal for Eat this! I'll run you
Yeah, I'm gonna bow before I look at this donation.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Raging cascade!
Destruction!
Watch this!
Dragon Swarm! Swallow blade!
That is unlikely to the Kai. Viewing figures have been pretty low this run.
Burning
Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Far enough!
Oh, whoops.
Lightning force!
First strike! Take this! It's over!
Raging cascade! Whoa, you alright?
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Astral energy!
Dragon Swarm!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
Slither Dragon!
I really owe you one.
Dragon Swarm!
One more! Lightning condemned!
Hey!
Thunder blade!
Dragon Swarm!
I'm on a roll, man.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Well then, let's keep moving.
And thus our strength yet grows.
This'll make us even more formidable.
More knowledge, more power. We haven't gotten him a new armor since he joined the party. Just point it out. It's just funny. Because armor is all drops, or rather, loot.
Forgive you.
Dragon Swarm!
Oh, it's
Swallow blade!
Lightning condemned! Radiant
Destruction!
attack!
Do it!
I can handle it.
Listen, it is my life's goal, Evo, to bow to you. What?
Burn! Come! Swallow Dance! You're mine! It's over!
Now!
I'll run you through!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
You always gotta have realistic life goals, I always say.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah?
Conquer the world, and then bow to Evo.
Destruction! No escape! Dragon Swarm! Swallow blade! Try this!
Here! Do it!
Infernal turret! Jump!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Actually, I think it's more like the itemization's just wonky. Which,
Nicely done.
if I'm not mistaken, I've actually already given a negative 4. Either that or I've been debating it.
These don't seem like your run-of-the-mill Zoogles the Renans usually keep around.
Indeed. I believe it's safe to assume these were used in her experiments.
They certainly look as twisted as her.
Even here. This is...
I remember seeing instruments just like this back in Estaluva Forest.
It looks and smells like some kind of medicine.
Whatever this place was used for, I doubt it was anything of repute.
Good enough.
An opponent like this should be.
I don't think so, DJ.
I can carve through armor! Like steel?
One last hit to the wind!
Freaking does it! Dragon Swarm! We're not finished! Swallow Blade!
Now, reload!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Not FG airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Not a chance! Mirage! Cross back, will ya?
Here's a healing arm! Light arrow! Energy! Lightning and death! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Dragon!
Now
In the Dragon Swarm!
This one's mine!
Dragon Swarm! Swarm! Dragon Swarm!
Take one astral energy!
Die!
Photon flash! Lightning condemn!
Dragon Swarm! On your shattering the pieces! Swallow Blade! Dragon Swarm!
Burning strike!
Destruction! Dragon Swarm! I'm just getting started! Armor won't save you!
Lightning!
Morganite.
Glimmer! I'm just getting started!
Lightning orb!
On your knees! Dragon Swarm!
Raging! Burning!
It's over!
This is Xion! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Correct, Ross. We'll be streaming tomorrow, half day, and that's it.
Not bad. No complaints here.
Unless something happens at the last minute, which occasionally does. But at the moment, that is the plan. So who asked the tier question? Was that in the queue? It was Venters, who was not here anymore. Oh well.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
A barrier. That may indicate Almadria is near.
Then we've got to find a way to get through somehow.
Let's see if we can find something that'll release it.
Remember, you can quit the moment it's too bad for you, Ross. Like the game is too bad. The caveat is you can't just quit. You have to quit because there's a good reason to quit. So Venters asks, oh my god. Venters asks, is there a cutscene about to happen? Yes, Venters. Yes, there is.
What is that huge flower-looking thing up there? Is that the ship's engine?
Indubitably. As one might expect, large ships require large engines in order to sail.
And if we destroyed it?
We might well sink the ship. Who knows if we would be able to escape before that happens.
Almadria sure has been busy since the contest began.
This isn't Almadria's doing.
You mean she didn't build this?
The body, yes. However, my guess is that the engine comes from a starship.
A starship? As in one of those vessels used to go to and from Lenegis?
Correct. The technology employed on Lenegis and in starships is more advanced than anything in our daily lives. Almadria may be resourceful, but she could never produce an engine like this on her own.
You mean to tell me we've got even bigger enemies waiting for us up in the sky? My head hurts just thinking about it.
Don't worry about that for now. Just focus on taking care of Almadria.
Wait, which pants, Evo? So Venters asks, if you got sent to a game world, it has to be a game world. Yeah, that's interesting. And it's tier 2, so you get to decide a lot of how and when you get set into it. But you're not acclimated to it. Which means, if you're set into a setting with magic, you cannot cast magic, and so on and so on. Now, the catch is, what's the world? And I get to choose 3 video game characters to bring with me that are loyal to me, that are basically going to keep me alive and functional in this new world.
I'm ready for the next battle.
So let's get this out of the way. The obvious choice is Warcraft. I will go ahead and choose to go to Azeroth because, of course, I do. There's really only one other option.
Nice and tough.
And the other option's cheating, which is why I'm not picking it. So, we're in Azeroth. Who do I take with me? I've been thinking about that for a bit. But I think I would probably take Cecil with me to be my paladin, Terra to be my mage, and I'm kind of torn on the third one.
It's on!
Now you'll learn!
It's Dragon Claw! Run you through!
Lightning condemned!
Talon Hurricane! Rip and tear!
Dance in the wind! Lightning!
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
First strike!
Here we go!
All finished and
astral
down!
That's my cue! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Lightning condemned!
First strike!
Thunder blast!
Talon Hurricane!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Sion.
That was a lot of money.
No backing down!
I never miss! Will this help? Raging cascade!
We're not finished! Split it open!
Be my guest.
Anything in armor is all mine!
The cheat option. See, I wasn't even going to allow something like Star Trek Online, because that's like breaking the rules at that point. The cheat option would be Pokemon.
Dragon Swarm! On your knees! Locked in the groove! I'm not done! Take arrow!
I'm only get back into the
I'll finish you here and now! Destruction! I'll keep you right! Dragon Swarm!
Run for the stockpile!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Searing flame! Reload!
He didn't even kill him. That's funny.
Eagle Claw! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
Looks like we got them all.
I mean, if Pokemon's allowed, I'll go ahead and go with Pokemon then. That changes who I'd bring with me, though.
Hey, what do you say we fight the...
This'll make us even more formidable.
I'm gonna stick with Terra, just because she's an awesome character. Oh my god, new armor. That is a huge upgrade, because, you know, it's been literally 2.5 chapters since we've last gotten his armor, so...
Brace yourselves! This one's tough! I see one, eh? Carve through Dragon's my deal! We're not finished!
Now! Astral energy!
Say no more.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Yay, butterfly wings. Perfect.
You're saying we should check the Owl Forest?
Upper.
Right, here goes! Dragon
Dance
Swarm!
in the wind!
I'm out! Rollerblade! Destruction! Dragon Swarm!
Do it! Thunderblade! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Here's flame! Reload!
Take this! Talon Hurricane!
Photon blast!
Take this! Glimmer
Flame!
Dragon!
Reload! I'm out of ammo!
Mag Blast! Rollerblade!
If you can Pajama Day, I haven't seen any option to do so.
Let's
not saying they
refrain
can't.
from losing.
But there's only one way to find out. We can change color? I didn't actually know we could do that. It looks like that's it. I know we can change color. Okay, hold up. Look at her sunglasses. I'm gonna leave those for a minute. Okay, we're good.
Right, here goes! Bring him down!
Lunar correction! Ready up! Lightning orb!
Now you see what I can do! My shield! Do it! Fire support! Dragon Swarm!
Radiant Dawn!
Destruction!
Searing Flame!
Looks like we got them all.
This is my ass-kicking suit, dude, but guy.
What's this thing?
That's another life goal. Someday I want people to reference me like they reference ProZD.
Little help!
Take this!
Searing Flame!
Destruction!
Reload! Lightning orb!
Can't get out of this!
Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Dance in the wind!
My turn! No escape!
Hand thrust!
Mirage!
Photon flip! I'm ready for the next battle.
I was gonna say, I've never heard of that Pajama Day, but I believe you. ProZD was the best thing about Borderlands 3. You can quote me on that. I did actually Command & Conquer 2. Yeah, he plays one of the playable characters. The murderous robot, whose name I can't remember right now.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Rebel! Drop down! Swallow blade! Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
I owe you one.
Damn it, baby! Armor won't save you! Dragon Swarm! I really owe you one.
Do it!
Slash!
Demons descend!
Flashing Fang!
Lunar correction! Lunar blast!
Here I
Blazing
come!
cascade!
It's over! Watch it!
Dragon
Swarm!
Eagle Dawn!
Dragon Swarm! I'm just getting started! Swallow blade!
Healing arc!
Now I'm real mad!
Photon flip! Dance in the wind!
Now or never.
It's over! I'll run you through! Take this! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I actually agree, DJT, but part of the problem is they don't do anything with it. Like, this arc is basically just, hey, here's someone horrifically evil. And also, did you know Danons can be evil too? And that's it? That's the whole arc. They're not even doing anything with the character whose arc this is. Compare and contrast how much time and attention Kasara got in the last chapter versus how much time she's getting in this chapter. Rinwell. Sorry, Rinwell's getting in this chapter.
Slice!
Lightning orb!
Destruction!
I can't heal you forever! Dance in the wind! Watch them do it!
away! Rinwell!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Radiant storm! Radiant pierce!
Dragon
Out
Swarm!
of ammo! Back into the fray!
Carve through
Destruction! Lightning
Take
again!
this! It's over!
Dragon scout!
Dragon Swarm!
Searing spray!
Here!
Reload! Lightning orb!
One of
Dance
these!
in the wind! Glimmer! Here's the healing arc!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Yeah, I like Shion
I'm pretty worn out.
Want to rest up for a bit?
stretching out a little bit. I don't like basically everything else. The horrific deaths were okay.
She sure spared no expense on her castle.
This must be...
The captain's quarters. The presence of the spirit vessel and the sheer extravagance on display can leave no doubt.
There's no one here.
Yeah, but I doubt she's out for a moonlight stroll. You think she jumped ship and ran away again?
I doubt it. The conniving witch is probably up to something.
Agreed. In any case, as long as she hasn't suddenly sprouted wings, she has to be somewhere on the ship. Let's keep looking.
What's wrong, sweetie? Is something scaring you?
Maybe he just doesn't like being in her room.
I think there's more to it than that. What could it be?
putting it towards Paradise Killer. It's okay, Ross. Don't be jealous, okay? I'm gonna go grab a water. I'll be right back. There we go. Listen, it's the weirdest thing, Ross. I was gonna get a thing of water, and I just found this Steam Deck here. I'm just gonna fire this up here. Just a second. Yep. Oh, hey, there's an update. I should probably do that really quick. Let's see here. There actually is. What do you know? Oh, well, it's not like I have time to play that anyways. I'll just put that down. I mean, no, DJT. But, yeah. Okay, so what did I miss in here? Because obviously I missed something. Somewhere. Ah!
The way this key's been placed, it's like she's daring us to come find her.
Yeah, like it's all some damn game to her.
I did play like the first 5 minutes of Desk Job, and then I immediately stopped because I realized I have to stream it. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to dock the Steam Deck so I can stream that at some point. Because holy crap. It's like a 30-minute game, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. I'm actually not sure how to dock the thing, though. It does have a USB-C cable, which is also what we use to run it, but I'm not sure what else it's got. I don't actually think I can just play it on Steam. Even if I could, it wouldn't really work out all that well, since it's literally designed for the deck. To my knowledge, it's the only deck-only game, but there's actually a lot of games that have, shall we say, different functionality or different controls or different HUD in order to be deck-compatible. RimWorld's actually a good example of that, but there are others.
Is this the ship's cargo? What a pain. I can't see anything past all this stuff.
Be on your guard. For all we know, there could be something hiding around here.
It's probably random encounters. No! Anything but that. Yeah, just pop up on Halloween. Hey, everyone. So before you all ask me about politics...
What's this thing?
Trans rights or human rights, let's go ahead and talk about... Desk Job.
Hi, here's a healing art!
First strike!
Right here! Here! Now!
Dragon Swarm!
This works!
Dragon Swarm!
Not on my watch!
Ready and where? You're finished!
It's almost too strong.
Be my guest!
What, Alex? I can't hear you.
Done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
I like how there's Gauss rifles on this stupid thing. Or I guess Gauss cannons? Death cannons.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Now you'll learn!
Now you see what I can do! My Shion!
We're not finished!
Here I go!
Do it!
I'm only getting Shion! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Dragon Swarm! Swallow Blade!
Light astral
Superwork Swarm!
Mission! This one's mine! Thunderblade!
You're mine! Do it! Destruction!
Everyone hanging in there?
Hit a word! Eat that!
Dance in the wind!
What's this?
Raging cascade!
Slash! Oh yeah! All finish you here and now! While it's reeling!
Take it down! Arc field!
Dragon Swarm!
Reload!
Eagle Fly! I can carve through walls!
Dragon Swarm!
Slash!
Hear me!
Swallow Blade!
Fury! Burning!
Destruction! Dragon Swarm!
Bang Bolero! Can't get out of this!
I'll heal Lightning Orb! Raging cascade! Heal!
Here I come!
Bang Bolero!
It's over!
Magic!
Take this!
Now!
You're finished!
Bang
Back into the fray!
Bolero!
This way!
Dragon Swarm!
Thunderblade! Now for something more!
I'm on it!
Close one! Let the marksman
Dance
hit
in the
wind! It's over! Cover the casters!
Eat it! All good things!
Lightning!
I'm on it! Come!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Not really, Pajama Day.
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
The main problem is the delay in the input, not the delay, not the timing on it. So I guess that is a little bit strict,
Did that get rid of
but
the
I've seen
barrier?
harsher.
We'll just have to go back and check.
I don't know. Are those cannons or missiles? See you around, Devo. Oh, I should take a drink. Really big laser pointers. The ultimate villain of the game is actually a really large cat. No, it's a whole race of cats. Oh, hello.
If Almadria's not in her own room, just where the hell is she?
It's possible she may be on the bridge, but I would guess that she's waiting for us elsewhere on the ship.
Which means she's most likely chosen a place where she'll have the advantage in a fight.
Be careful, guys. I came from an entire family of Danon mages, and that woman murdered all of them. All on her own. I hate to say it, but she's an incredibly powerful astral artist.
We already know she specializes in controlling wind astral energy. But on top of that, she might try to sick that monster on us again, too.
Right. To that woman, life itself is just a toy for her to play with. Let's make sure we put an end to it.
she could literally be like, let's sink the ship, bye. Maybe she wants her castle. I don't
There's
know.
only one last place to look. Straight ahead.
Almadria.
It's a nice castle. Would you want to lose this castle?
There she is! Almadria!
But all alone? Watch yourselves. She's probably planning something.
I was getting rather tired of waiting around. Oh my, and I see you came along as well, Danon Witch.
Almadria.
What's this? I thought you couldn't stand the sight of me. Go on, little one. Show me the full force of that hatred of yours. Otherwise, run and hide like the rat you are.
That's enough! How can you smile while causing pain to so many others?
That is the way of those who possess great power. The very way we Renans live by. Those with power set the example, and those without it are forced to obey. Though you two seem to have forgotten that's the way these things work.
And you really think that justifies your actions? You turned all those people into a hollowed sea!
What foolishness. It's only natural that the fate of a slave differ from that of its owner. Very well, I admit I did fan the flames just a tad back in Niez. But it wouldn't have mattered in the slightest if there hadn't been a spark to ignite. Without it, my actions would have been fruitless. Ultimately, it was their very own burning hatred that laid them to waste. To say it was all my fault is simply laying blame at the wrong feet.
Right. I'm gonna kill you now.
Perfect. We all have darkness in our hearts. But the atrocities that you've committed, they're unthinkable! Your heart is nothing but darkness!
Kingdom Hearts music.
What a fool! To think time and time again you would challenge Renan authority without so much as an inkling of how things actually work. Such ignorance is why your kind has been enslaved for 300 years.
Almadria.
Well, if it isn't Lord Dohalim.
These people are my allies and friends. I won't let you insult them so.
Yeah, her big shtick is that she's evil.
My, what a shock. I never would have expected you to claim mere slaves as your companions. If I didn't know any better, I would question your noble lineage. Oh, how far the mighty have fallen. A traitor such as yourself hardly deserves to be called a lord.
You are nothing compared to Dohalim.
Rinwell.
He would never stand by and laugh. His people hollowed!
Ha! What does it matter? You're descended from those who allowed the power and knowledge entrusted to them to wither away. Your pitiful family may have feared it, but I do not. That knowledge and power is all mine to command. And now, you will witness what that power's truly capable of! Nesmold!
It's funny, because, like, there's nothing inherently wrong with a one-note evil character. You just gotta do something with it. They don't. She's just there. Hi, I'm evil. I mean, if we're paying attention, how many scenes has she had total so far?
Enjoy your meal!
Yeah, 3. Total. One of which was a brief meanwhile elsewhere.
Such sad eyes,
Oh,
child.
Jesus, aerial opponent.
Unite you with your parents.
Shut up! I'm gonna take you down and it's the very last thing I do!
That's right. Loathe me. Every step brings you closer to being me.
Wow, she has a lot of HP.
You're wrong! I'm nothing like you!
They have a lot of HP?
This one's mine! Photon blast!
Come on!
In here! I'll be saving
Watch
this!
this!
Lunar corruption!
It's over!
As you can see, Lunar blast!
What really worries me, generally speaking, something this rushed is a sign of them having issues keeping up.
Here I come!
You know, work schedules, funding, time budget, whatever. It makes me worry what Chapter 5 is going to be like, and however many are after that. There's going to be at least a Chapter 6.
Miran! Here I come! Take this!
I mean, Baldsack was actually better than this, and that's impressive considering he was a one-note character whose first scene was terrible.
Here I come! You're finished!
She has way too much health for an aerial character. That's honestly bad boss design.
Stay away!
Here I come! It's over!
I mean, if they nail the outro, that'll be nice, but we'll see. I'm still curious how many chapters are going to be after Chapter 5, because I've played Tales of games before. I know what's coming.
Here I come! It's over! You're mine! You're finished!
Here, let me help.
Here I come!
There you
I don't think rooting's going to work. We'll try it.
What's she doing now?
She's infusing her beast with more power.
Get ready! I'll heal you all! Lightning storm!
You're finished!
Thunderblade! Healing circle!
I owe you one! Here I come!
Burning with hatred.
Dragon form!
I'm all stuffed up!
Let's have
Slash!
some
Swallow blade! Take this!
Astral energy!
Not today!
dare you.
Here I come!
Air thrust!
It's over!
Lightning
Dragon
storm!
form! You're mine!
Here I
I
go!
think there is one Drax here.
You're mine! You're finished!
Lightning condemned!
You're mine!
Such a
You're finished! It's too much!
Now it's over.
Wow, that sucked.
In the wind!
Recover from that.
I owe you one!
Sealed! More pursuit!
You're on! Take this! It's over! Thanks!
Tunnel! Here I go!
Thanks!
Slaughter them.
Talon Hurricane!
You're on! Dragon form!
Watch this!
Lunar Flash!
Shattering
Wind Astral Energy!
River!
Astral Energy!
Say no more! Take this! It's over!
Swallow dance!
Lightning
An HP barrier. That's an HP barrier.
They're attacking separately!
I can't land a hit on her!
Keep an eye on her.
Oh my god, she has another 80,000 HP? You have got to be kidding me.
She's no stranger to astral arts.
I can take care of that.
Yeah, take it away!
Only rely on myself. Don't get in my way!
Dragon form!
You hear it?
Feels like I can change that on the fly. What are you talking about? Nope, there's no better dragon's form. I was lied to.
You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Pop one of these.
There! Thanks! Take this!
Tectonic
You're
dog!
on!
Now I'm in the
You're
groove!
mine!
You will suffer.
Here, things come to an end.
Move! Move! Jesus!
Here's a healing art.
Behold my
I owe you one! It's over!
Looks bad.
Wits about you, people.
You're mine!
That sucks.
I can carve through armor!
Dragon form! Swallow blade!
Whatever, we're just about to take this one in the face.
The winds of judgment blow your way. Fall before impending calamity. Chaotic disaster.
So that's the trick up her sleeve.
Your astral arts aren't so special. And now, you're mine! Not in your dreams. I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Raging destiny! Resuscitate! In here! Hear me! Flame of fire! Strike! Here's a healing art!
I'm
such a failure.
Stay away from my friend! Dragon form!
Bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitation!
Here I come! You're fit!
I still got some fire.
Ready to go!
I will!
Right.
In here!
Destruction! Take
Bring
this!
you back from death's abyss. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
This one's all.
Supernova!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Here I come! You're finished!
Come here! I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
I'll be saving this one!
Stop trying to do that.
Back from death's abyss.
Right. Photon flash! More with that
I'm not done!
I'll heal you all!
You're mine!
In the wind!
Dragon
Here
Force!
now!
Strike!
I'll be saving
First
this one!
strike! Here I go! Dragon Swarm!
Healing arc!
Now I'm in the groove!
Dragon Swarm!
Crush them!
Big blast!
In here!
Oh, those stuns really suck.
Her master core!
Not while I'm around, she isn't!
Dragon
Supernova! Raise it!
Now you see what I can do!
This one's mine.
I'll never forgive you!
What?
I'll take you down! I'll end you! Astral energy! Full throttle! Go!
Friggin' finally.
You murdered my mother and father. But I'm not like you.
Written well.
Really?
Even now, I hate you. But here I am, unable to let go.
You may be literally Hitler.
Even if I took my
And I
hatred
did
out
not
on you here
scratch
and now,
that cat once.
it wouldn't
But you,
feel any better in the long run.
you and I are not the
I realize
same.
that now. So, I won't kill you.
Man, I
Take
would.
you in and make damn sure justice is served the right way.
You would dare mock me with your foolish, useless pity? A Danon, nothing more than a mere slave. I won't allow you to.
It's not about what you think. Or being Danon or Renan. Because you'll atone for the crimes you committed. And that's all.
What? Oh, hey. It's Vegeta low.
It's that swordsman again.
Oh my god, her feet.
Volron, what brings you here? No, forgive me. I've forgotten myself. Please allow me to make it up to you, my lord.
Silence now, wretched snake. Does it hurt? It should. That pain is proof you're still alive. Enjoy it.
When does he get to kill her? I know the answer to that question. I'm speaking facetiously.
Volron. Years ago, the Lord of Ganeth Haros met a sudden death. His successor was a man by that very name, Volron.
And like a restless lover, I've come back for more.
Oh no, he's hot!
Stop right there!
What?
Think you can cut me down? What?
shoot. What do you want to bet that's a bad thing?
Wait, what just happened to him? Alvin! Say something!
Oh, god damn
Let go of me! Let me go!
Gianna!
Alvin! Alvin!
What is the rest of the party doing?
Come and find me, if you truly are the Sovereign.
Well, we would, but we're all very dead, so... Peace. Well, I guess it was a kind of a short game, but that's okay. I like short games. Well, okay, nope, we're in flashback land. Hang on. First, let me give that a negative to story while we're here. Test subject 1273. Spirit channeling ceremony will begin shortly. Till then, you're to calm your mind and await further instructions.
After all this time, I'll be free from this hell. I can finally go home. I doubt I'll ever see this place again. Might as well walk the block once more for old time's sake.
Astral energy charging station almost complete. Output stable. Nice outfit. The maiden will maintain control over things. You just focus on not breaking your concentration while the ceremony's in progress. Once you're home again, you'll have to do a good job here. Right. So I'm being threatened into submission. Well, that's not a surprise. Can't you Danans figure out where you go on your own? Are you so stupid you manage to get lost in a tiny place like this? You have a job to do. Now do it. It ended in 2 negatives to story, Alex. That being said, I do like her reaction to the fact that, you know, the one person she's finally reaching out to, she can no longer reach out to. It's a shame it's drowned in the rest of that scene, pun intended. Daddy hasn't come home lately, so I decided to come visit him, but they won't let me go any further. Right. Subject's biological gender has no bearing on the rate of success or failure. Study, 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 study. Another one bites the dust. Remember, you're our only success story. Don't let all our hard work and research go to waste at any cost. It's you, 1273, or should I say Sovereign. You don't understand how much time and effort we've invested to create you as our lone success. We can't risk losing you to injury at this stage. A Danon test subject is our Sovereign, eh? I expect you to carry out your function without falling apart like the others, understood? Do you mean literally? I don't know who got it in their head to start calling you Sovereign. At the end of the day, you're nothing more than a test subject. Your only worth lies in your physical aptitude for the task at hand. Your thoughts and feelings are of no concern. Yeah, there was a time when he actually had more than one eye. To be honest, I was beginning to sweat bullets. If you hadn't worked out, who knows what we would have done. This is the first time we managed to assemble a Sovereign and Maiden ready for the ceremony, after all. Seeing you make it all the way to today has put my fears to rest. Is this the test subject, ma'am? Wow, it looks just like us. On the outside, maybe. Inside, it's uncivilized as the rest of them. You haven't forgotten my warning from earlier, I hope. No, ma'am, no touching the test subject.
As usual, nobody wants to explain anything to me. They just threaten and harass me instead. What does everyone think I am? Some sort of talking pet?
No, they
They're
actually
the ones
care
that
about
dragged
pets.
me all the way up here in the first place. Bastards. I shouldn't have bothered coming out. Might as well head back to my room.
Time, Alphen. Finally happening, huh? Yes, we need to change into our outfits and meet in front of the transference device. Once this is all over, you'll finally be able to return home. That's what I'm hoping for. So sorry you got dragged into all this. That's not your fault. Just do what we have to do and get this thing over with.
I just wanted to go back. To Dana. To my home.
Anime!
Alphen.
Leori.
Yeah, sounds like it went down like a charm.
Alphen. Live for me.
No. Leori. No!
If you're actually protesting, you don't need to just sit there and do nothing.
Wait, please. Wait,
So how'd we survive being... Oh my god, we got Ceciled.
What was that?
It's called a memory. I know it's new to you.
That... How long ago was that? That's right. Shion.
And that's called pain.
Oh, right. That's what pain felt like.
I mean, it's been a minute.
So much for it all being a bad dream. Where am I? Where is everyone?
I wouldn't. I'm sorry, this song feels too appropriate not to play here.
I need to find them. Better start looking.
Yep, we've lost. We've hit Act 3. We're on the back foot. We have no idea where we are. We've lost our party. Lost our superpowers. No, yeah, exactly, Trithon. Like, none of his reaction here bothers me. What does bother me? Getting $15 from Command & Conquer 2. Thank you, Command & Conquer 2. I do always appreciate. Thank you. Or Valhalla, you got it. Okay, I don't mean to keep complaining about this, but this game is long enough that we're going to start doubling up on negatives. The music direction of this game is wrong. Earlier, the lack of music was actually perfect. Credit. But they keep playing weird songs in every scene and in every sequence the whole game. Yeah, exactly, Scatter. It's just what? Like, it's good music on the face of it, but it's never being played where it should be. I shouldn't say never. Rarely being played where it should be.
Niori. Shion. Damn it.
Good thing I've been practicing those solo sections.
You're mine! Slice!
That was a joke, by the way. I haven't been doing that.
Dragon Swarm! Crush! Slice! You picked the wrong fight! Dragon Swarm! Crush! Take this! You're finished! Swallow Blade!
Yeah, I thought so.
Dragon Swarm!
So I was trying to do a flame sword, which obviously shouldn't work, and indeed doesn't.
Dragon Swarm! Slash! Swallow Blade! Destruction! Dragon Swarm! We did it!
We? Uh-oh. Losing it, everybody.
Dragon Swarm! Crush! Swallow Blade! Megasonic Thrust! Take this! It's over! You're mine! It's over! I have no limits! Take this! Swallow Blade! Eternal Devastation! Raining Slash! It's on!
That would actually be kind of cool, Pajama Day, in a really horrible way.
Alvin?
Finwell,
What happened just now? Normally you'd be able to take that thing with your eyes closed.
Thank goodness you're alive. Are you all right?
Yeah.
Don't lie.
I'm just glad we found you in one piece. You were the only one still missing. There's a village back the way we came from, Thistleim. Kisara and La are already there.
Rinwell, where are we?
Why is this music playing here?
Daneth Harros, Volron's realm. Remember?
Ushered by the waves straight to the enemy stronghold. A rare stroke of luck, it would seem.
Luck?
If Volron's here, that means Shion's close too, right?
Shion? Oh. Right. Of course.
Are you sure you're feeling okay? You seem a little off.
Yeah, the fact that we're literally
He's probably
swept
just
to the next
exhausted.
area.
Let's save the catching up for when we're back at the village.
And yeah, I felt the blue rose worked better. Also, I discovered the color change thing, so... But yeah, like, okay. Some of you may be thinking, but where? FF4 does the same thing. Some of you may or may not remember that I gave FF4 a negative for this exact thing. It's called story sequencing. It's the connective tissue in between events, and this is some wonky story sequencing. Okay, so the evil Lady Lord is going out to sea in her giant ocean castle. Why? Anyway, so we beat her, but then she's killed by the Lord of the Water, who then throws us into a water pool, which leads us to land on the shore of his domain. Why? Also, the lady whose primary power was wind, her main castle was a giant ship. While we're on the subject. Yeah, a ship that didn't have sails. And it was actually a spaceship, just happened to be on the water. Yeah, no, it is. It's funny because, again, you might try to defend this by saying there are games I like which do this, but then you're an idiot because you forget that I like the game I'm playing right now. Just because I like something doesn't mean I'm not going to point out something it does wrong. That's not how that works. It was dumb in FF4. It was dumb in FF10. It's dumb here. I almost hope not Scatteray. But then again, so far his character arc seems to be... You remember that bozo in Tales of Vesperia who was like, I like killing! And that was his entire character? That's the vibe I'm getting. It's a really common character archetype in anime in general, and it happens to be something that several JRPGs, including the Tales of series, likes to use semi-frequently. Like, even Kefka wasn't all about I like killing. There was a character underneath the I like killing. I don't mean to throw shade at Vesperia. Vesperia did plenty right, and I actually liked a decent chunk of it. It's just, I'm reminded of that Yahoo, you know? I like killing. I don't even remember his name. I think we'll start increasing counterattack damage. I've been holding off on that because it's really awkward to hit Q after hitting space while holding W for me, so...
I think Huro senses an owl around here.
Samurai dog? Oh, jeez, I don't remember. Yeah, I've actually been having a similar problem, Lorraine. It's probably not obvious, except on the last boss fight, which is the first time I've actually started having some serious issues controlling the fight, because it's like, alright, you have to fight a target who's up there. All of your attacks drag you forwards, but they home in on a weird spot, and you can't not be locked on the enemy, so that's not an option. That's how I usually avoid that, by the way. I usually avoid the lockdown problem by not using lock-on. Again, I got, like, through 98% of Elden Ring without ever using lock-on, because that means I have control over the combat. But here, I'm forced to lock on, which means I'm being dragged towards the enemy, which means I'm being dragged away from what I'm trying to hit, and that's in addition to the fact that there's no real sprint in combat, and just... the control's weird. I feel like it would actually work a lot better on a 2D plane. And anybody who's played a Tales of game probably knows why I'm saying that. Like, just keep the combat. Just keep the combat as is. And, you know, go ahead and have it be in a three-dimensional space, but there's forwards, and then there's back, and that's it, right? It's form of 2.5D.
Little help!
Dragon Swarm! Destruction! You picked the wrong fight! Slice! I'll thank you! Megasonic!
Is it high?
Also, I'm a big fan of plot progression in video games, so I would absolutely do a thing where we are substantially weaker here as a consequence of everything that's been happening.
Dragon Swarm! Rotating pile blade! Slice! Rotating Dragon Swarm!
Yeah, kind of like the lane system. Or again, like previous Tales of games where you're fighting in a lane. Yeah, we don't have a flaming sword, but that's really not what I mean. You're probably thinking, but Lore, that's unfair. Debatable. But if you're going to reduce the power of your player, remember that you always have the power to change the encounters to match that. Like, if you... a lot of people tend to forget that you don't have to throw the same enemies and the same encounters and the same interactions at the player. You can throw whatever at them.
Speaking of Thistleum, it's populated by Danans, but they're not under the rule of any lord. Pretty refreshing, huh? The whole town was built by Danan defectors, escapees from elsewhere. This area's teeming with stray Zoogles, though, so heaven only knows how they managed to set up a community here. The ordeal seems to have left them understandably on edge. Kisara and La are back there right now trying to convince them of our good intentions. Say, Alphen, it looks like you got your face back then.
Yeah. And your sense of pain, too, it would seem. Any connection?
Really? Oh, but that means...
Probably.
Oh, by the way, random
I
aside.
wonder if Alphen's going to be okay.
For now, I believe we should hold off on speculation and simply keep an eye on him.
Right.
Damn. Come on. See you. What? Why can I not? Oh my god. There are just invisible walls everywhere. I didn't lean heavy into the flaming swords, admittedly, but it wasn't really on purpose. It's just I got some arts that I liked, and by coincidence, only one of those led into a flaming art. So, I mean, all of these are kind of weird in that you have to like find the magic pixel with which you can interact with them. There it is. See?
You're saying we should check the Owl Forest?
Oh yeah, speaking of which. Here, I got your back, buddy. Don't worry. There, just like old times.
one of your friends, Hoodle?
Alphen! Boy, am I glad to see you safe.
Well, did you manage to convince them we're not in league with any lord?
Yeah.
Which is ironic when you think about it.
When the ship sank, I thought we were done for. Guess the world just couldn't keep us apart.
Yeah. And now we can finally
Are you
go
seriously just
rescue
gonna gloss
Shion.
over that? You're not gonna explain any of what happened? A water pool, a whirlpool,
Something I need to tell you guys
the
first.
size of a canyon opened up under you. And you all ended up here.
I got my memory back.
So, what did you remember? Are you able to tell us now?
Give the man some space, Law.
I remember being up on Lenegus.
Go on.
I was abducted from Dana. I was told if I ever wanted to return home, I'd have to cooperate. So that's what I did. Next thing I knew, they had made me into the Sovereign.
You mean to say you won the crown contest? As a Danon?
No. They kept me locked in a strange facility. They experimented on me, like I was nothing more than an animal. There were others, but only I survived. Of course, I wasn't really a king. The reality was that they treated me worse even than the lowest slave. The only reason I survived was because my body was able to withstand the Sovereign's power that they placed inside me.
The crest that appeared behind you on Almadria's ship must have undoubtedly been that of the Sovereign. It all makes sense now. Your affinity with the Blazing Sword, and the strange powers you possess, they were all because you were the Sovereign.
Okay, but why would the Renans go out of their way to give you all that power? Just what exactly does being the Sovereign entail?
They said it was for something called the Spirit Channeling Ceremony. They taught me how to harness my power for when the big day came. As for what the ceremony was actually for, unfortunately, I never found out.
So if what you're saying about being on Lenegus is true, then maybe you really did meet Shion. After all, you said you recognized her from somewhere, right?
But Shion said she'd never seen him before. How do you explain that?
I was wrong. It wasn't Shion I knew from Lenegus. It was Naori. She was a Renan maiden they paired me with during the spirit channeling ceremony. She's the woman I kept seeing in my dreams.
A maiden? What?
Wait, so this Naori figure just happens to be the double of Shion? Bit coincidental, isn't it?
Naori's family name was Imeris.
Imeris? As in Shion Imeris?
No, it was in McDonald
so they're
Imeris.
distant relatives or something? Wait, or are they sisters?
Your guess is as good as mine. All I know is it was Naori. She's the one who put the mask on me.
The mask?
But why?
To keep my soul from devouring itself over the guilt. After what I did on Lenegis. Over the lives I took.
Lives? You mean you staged a rebellion?
Perhaps it was a part of this spirit channeling ceremony?
I don't know. Whatever it was that the spirit channeling ceremony was supposed to achieve, it didn't turn out as planned. I lost consciousness halfway through. By the time I came to, Lenegis was a sea of flames. I opened my eyes to see Naori there, weeping. I shudder to think of how many deaths I caused that day. Certainly more than any of these lords can claim, I'm sure.
You really expect us to believe this? First the Sovereign, then Lenegis? You couldn't possibly have done all that.
I wonder. In ancient scripture, there is tell of a terrible calamity that befell Lenegis, nearly destroying it. The restoration took years, and required the work of countless laborers.
By ancient, you mean...
It predates the crown contest, to a time before even the first Renan invasion of Dana. More than 300 years ago.
300? But that'd make Alphen...
That's right. I'm pretty much an antique of a human being. Deep down, maybe I already knew.
Alphen...
Some hero, huh? Cooperating with the same villains who snatched me from my home, committing mass slaughter, only for it to slip my mind. Then, when I finally remember, turns out I'm so old I've got scripture written about me. So much for standing up to injustice. I've probably got more blood on my hands than all the lords combined!
Alphen, stop! Honestly, I'm not going to pretend to understand what all this means. But what I do know is that right now, you're just reacting to the shock.
Credit to sense-making. She'd know, too.
Kisara.
Listen, what you really need is time. Time to process things and get your head straight. Truth be told, I think that probably goes for all of us.
What about Shion? We can't just...
I'm worried about Shion too, Law. But it's clear that Alphen's in no fit state to fight. This is Volron, remember? Even at full capacity, it's practically a suicide mission. We stay put in the village till we're ready. Okay, everyone? Take some time to think things through, okay? But remember, we're all here for you if you need us. No matter how dark things might seem, you're not alone, Alphen.
Thank you.
It's fine. All right, everyone. Let's break for now.
I Do I even have the right to fight? Do I have the right to go to Shion's rescue? What do the others think?
I mean, they're pronounced the same way, Alex. But yes. So, this may be controversial, but I actually gave that cutscene a plus to story, not a negative. The beginning of the cutscene was bad. I'm just gonna say that as bluntly as I can. Because it was lumbering. It was like it was trying way too hard to make each reveal hit, rather than actually do a good job of doing it. But when he started freaking out, that's actually when it started getting better. Because, of course, he'd freak out. He's a generally nice guy who actually likes to help people and has been trying to fill Zephyr's shoes this entire game. And then, of course, as he's freaking out, Kisara, who, again, would know, is the one who's like, hold up. Hold up. Pause. Take a moment. Process. You know? And then they all just kind of take that for a moment, and Law, who's always been the one who's been blunt, I think is the word I want to use there, is the one who's like, you know, she's currently kidnapped. So they don't... One of the things that always irritates me is when there's some big urgent thing, and they all just act like it's chill. They actually did that in this game when Zephyr was kidnapped, and everyone was just like, it's just Ghidorah thing. But he brings it up like, hey, you know, we do have a deadline here. And then, you know, he's just like, it's okay. And now we have what is probably going to be a breather section. So I think that actually worked quite well. And yeah, forgive me for pointing back to some of the earliest videos I ever did. Way back in the day, there's an episode of Voyager called Memorial. Now, the really weird thing about Memorial is the way it works is you go near this memorial, it's a statue, and it beams memories as if you did them of a horrific massacre, right? The details don't matter. Now, one of the things, that episode actually sucks in several ways, but one of the things that's always stuck with me in that episode is how the main characters react to that. Because they freak the hell out. And the actors nail it. The actors do a really good job of portraying people who are just completely breaking down at the memories of the horrible things they did. Because of course they would. Most people would freak out over that. I know it's going to sound strange, but most people, statistically speaking, are not mass murderers, are not violent killers, are not psychopaths, are not sociopaths, are not evil. Most people would probably be like, if all of a sudden you just have knowledge of murder, you murdering, beamed into your brain. Now, the relevance is obvious because that's effectively what just happened to him. He's been living his life for about, you know, a year or so now, and all of a sudden, hey, by the way, you killed a lot of people, probably innocents, and it's just like, whoa! So yeah, no, it makes perfect sense that he would wig out. Looks like some of the sailors from the ship are here too, that's cute. Me too, Junk Garrosh, because yeah, that's a little bit of a, huh? We can't fast travel right now, yeah, okay.
You're certainly full of surprises, aren't you?
Sorry.
Trust me, it's not intentional.
Sorry, that was insensitive of me. Though, there's still an awful lot I wish I could understand. Every new piece of information seems only to yield further mysteries. The truth feels just as elusive as when we first started. I am well aware of where you got your powers. But why, as a Danon, do you bear the same crest as the current Renan sovereign? More to the point, why choose a Danon for their sovereign in the first place? And then there is the Maiden, a figure so powerful, she's playing yin to the sovereign's yang in esoteric ceremonies. And yet, I've never even heard of her. Then again, this all occurred 300 years ago. What if the term sovereign doesn't even hold the same meaning as it did back then? Listen, I may be a traitor among my people, but I am still Renan, born and raised. I learned the same history, listened rapt to the same tales. And yet now I feel like there was little truth to any of it.
Speaking of which, there's something else that I remember from the spirit channeling ceremony. It used the Renis Alma.
You're certain?
Yes. Or at least that's what they called it. Only you would know if it was one and the same.
Oh, I have never laid eyes on the real artifact myself. And you never participated in a crown contest. You're not even Renan. Many mysteries lay buried in these 3 centuries past.
3 centuries is more than several lifetimes. Was I really out that long?
Well, I'm only estimating based on historical record. But all the facts would seem to point that way.
Who the hell am I?
If I may be frank, we have even bigger fish to fry than that. By comparison, the far more important question at hand is, just what does it all mean?
Frank, huh?
Sometimes, we need a little help in addressing the truth behind our pain.
No.
Not to compete over lives lost, but I suspect your count is still somewhat beneath mine.
Thanks for lending me an ear. And sorry for being a bother.
Please, no thanks are necessary. The quicker you get back on your feet, the sooner we can all get back out there.
By the way, just before I actually forget to mention this, something that occurred to me almost immediately. It looks like what happened was 300 years ago. They started up this whole sovereign ceremony, experimenting on people, successfully came up with one successful resultant, that's him. That went to hell, and so the next process they came up with is this crown ceremony, which has not been succeeding for the last 300 years, for whatever reason, as a way to try and Darwinian another sovereign into existence. Although, both probabilities leave the same question. Why? Yeah, exactly, Trithan. A little more controlled. I get the really strong impression that at some point or another, we're going to find all the other bodies of the other people who won the crown contest and weren't good enough to actually become sovereign. Like the real sovereign.
What do you see out there?
Zeugles. Strays by the looks of it. We unwittingly disturbed their territory on our way here, and now they're looking pretty riled up. So, feel like you're making headway? You know, sorting through things?
All I know is Shion needs our help. As for what happens after that...
Say, how did you get back down here from Lenegis, anyway?
I came down in a Renan starship. I have Naori to thank for that.
What happened to her? Did she come with you?
She stayed behind. Just as I wanted to get back to Dana and my people, Naori's place was with her fellow Renans, performing her duties as the Maiden. Neither of us asked for the power or roles we were given. I suppose we felt a kinship with each other in that sense. But even then...
Wait, so you mean it wasn't just Danans like you that Lenegis abducted? You're saying they forced Naori, one of their own, to serve against her will as well?
Even within Renan society itself, there exists a hierarchy. I don't think she was ever given the option to refuse. Despite that, she did everything she possibly could to serve her people. The very same ones I ended up slaughtering. And even after that, she still helped me escape back to Dana. She stayed behind on Lenegis to help any of her people who survived. I owe her more than words can express. A debt left to fester for what? 300 years? How do I even begin to make up for something like that?
In all honesty, you don't. You can't atone for what's happened in the past. I don't think anyone can. Be it several centuries ago, or just yesterday.
What are you saying? That I might as well give up?
I'm saying you don't have to be a white knight in shining armor.
That's my job.
Back after my brother had passed away, it was you who told me that his dream lived on inside me. And you did the same for him, for Dohalim, when he was ready to give up too. You were there for both of us. You know what I heard? I heard you telling me to keep fighting, to strive no matter what.
And I was out of line. I had no right to ask that of you.
No, you're wrong. Those words were exactly what I needed to hear at the time. In fact, I would go as far as to say that I wouldn't even be here had I not heard them. Left to my own devices, who knows when I would have been able to pick myself up. Besides, it's not like killing all those people was a choice that you made of your own free will, right? The truly terrible ones are the people who abducted you. The ones who forced you to wield that power. They're the ones you should be blaming. Not only that, but that guilt you feel inside, that's all the proof you need to know you're a good person, Alphen. Do you understand? If I'm still allowed to fight and keep on living, then damn it, Alphen, so the hell are you. But, if you're still not convinced, then ask yourself this. What is it that you've really been fighting for this whole time?
Make him an X4.
Go on, ask yourself.
What I've been fighting for, huh?
If it's not obvious, I like her. She is just the best. I mean, I like all these characters to some extent or another. Really, I do. But Kisara has just been nailing it. You know what I mean? And yeah, if you're paying attention, that was the thing that I've been anticipating this whole time. Admittedly, not because...
accomplish going alone.
Not because anything in the game has hinted at it, but just because this is a Tales of game. There's obviously some other bigger bad in the background who's actually behind everything. That's normal. I've never played a Tales of game that didn't have that, so... Granted, I've only played like 5, but still. So, 300 years. I'm with it. We could finagle and debate the specifics of exactly how long it really should be. But 300 years is reasonable, and I'm okay with that. Well, I don't know who that is, Alex. Or what Tales of the Berseria is. Or anything whatsoever. But what I do know is that there's always some other big evil. Except in Chrono Trigger. And in Final Fantasy VI. And in, I believe you, Alex. You probably aren't going to be surprised by this, but I don't remember that game, like, at all. I couldn't tell you a single character name in that game. Yeah, I remember that it exists. And the main character has a terrible outfit, she never changes. I think that's Berseria. Like, why does her outfit never change? The excuse early on is ridiculous and fanservy, and then she never changes it. Like, at least change her into something else if you want to be fanservice-y. There's other ways to do that game! Anyway, sorry. Abyss I remember more, but it's mostly because Abyss is one I kind of played alongside a friend of mine. Like, we were talking about it as I was going through it. And that kind of made me remember it more, as opposed to my usual rumination format, which was to sit down and grind the game out as fast as humanly possible, taking down notes the entire time, barely focusing on anything else, smash through it, record the video, and then eject everything I just did over the last however long and moved on to the next game immediately. I hated doing those so much. There's a reason we quit. That system sucked, but more to the point, it was kind of like I'm admittedly selfish because, you know, I would like to actually remember the games I'm playing, and that is selfish of me. But it was also just legitimately bad for my mental health, smashing through those the grind sections, the crunch sections. to get those videos out in time. Because people would always request RPGs, too, which... I mean, nowadays I don't really mind all that much if someone requests a long game, because you paid for a long game. It takes more funding, it's longer game, but cool. Back in the day, it was just, hey, could you play this 60-hour game, and then this 50-hour game, and then this other 50-hour game, and then this 70-hour game, and then this 60-hour game, all in, like, an extraordinarily short period of time? I'm just sitting there like, yeah, that was not great. Anyways, long story short, sorry, that's kind of a refresh for anybody who didn't know how we used to do things here. We don't do that anymore.
All this time, I thought it was the worrying about Shion and the pain bringing you down. I didn't realize you were lonely too.
I guess all of us are. In one way or another.
Yeah, but you've only just found out. I mean, no, not found out. Remembered.
Same diff.
To tell you the truth, I was actually beginning to forget I'd even lost my memory in the first place. Now that it's returned, well, you can see what I'm like. It's strange. When I think about Lenegus, it still feels like it was only a year or two ago that I was there. But then I realized what feels like years was actually centuries ago.
What about your hometown? Do you know if it's still there?
I doubt it. When the Renans invaded, the world as I knew it changed overnight. Even if the place is still there physically, I expect the people will be long gone. Certainly everyone I knew, at least. My family, my friends.
Yeah, I know how that feels.
I mean, all of us do at this point.
I have no home to return to either. No family waiting for me.
Neither does
I
Law.
used to curse my bad luck that I'd ever been born a mage in the first place. Otherwise, if I hadn't, maybe my mother and father would still be alive today.
Also Kisara.
Although if that had been the case, I guess I'd probably still be just another slave with no means to resist. I'd never have met up with you guys, that's for sure.
Have you learned to embrace your powers yet?
Nuh-uh. I resent them a little less than before, though. They've kept me alive this long, right? I try not to think about it too much. After all, who can predict what the future will hold? I guess what I'm trying to say is that with everything that's happened in your past, finding out you're the Sovereign and all, it's no wonder you're conflicted. Heck, honestly, I think anyone would be.
Rinwell.
First it was Shion, then it was me, and now it's you. All of us suffering, just because of some power we never even asked for.
Yeah. All this time you were suffering right in front of me, and I never even knew. I feel like I finally understand what you and Shion were going through.
You couldn't have known. Still, if you want to make it up to her, shouldn't we hurry it up and rescue her already? Poor Shion must be lonely, all by herself wherever she is.
Yeah, you're right. Let's get going.
If you want, I could take them off, Alex, but yes. I actually think it works really well for her. For the record, other than the googly eyes, I haven't been doing any of the accessories for the sake of a joke. I just think it works. Why do you think he's got the eye patch on right now? I'm hoping there'll be a scene where I'll be able to take the eye patch off. Not sure when and how, but, you know. It's like I had the shades on Shion for so long, too. One sec, Law. I need to find some real quick here.
Alphen, are we gonna go rescue Shion or what? What's gotten into you, man? Aren't you worried about her?
Do I even have any right to be?
If you were in my place, you'd say, to hell with all that. What do you want to do?
Sounds like me. Pretending I have all the answers is kind of my forte.
Come on, man, snap out of it. This isn't like you. Look, I get it. You finally remember your past, only to feel like you've lost yourself again. You're in shock, and who wouldn't be? Worse still, you blame yourself for what happened. And yeah, I don't agree, but that doesn't mean I don't understand either. But here's the thing. None of that's got anything to do with Shion.
I guess.
It's about Naori, isn't it? Look, you're still here, aren't you? Who's to say this chick isn't alive and kicking out there somewhere, too? Fine, I've said my piece. The thing is, though, where does this leave Shion?
My power consumed me once already. I left behind a path of fire and destruction. And the same thing could happen again. I can't guarantee anyone's safety, including Shion's.
So you think we might get burned up because of your sovereign powers? I can think of worse ways to go. Come on, fight this thing! What happened to the guy who talked to me after my dad died? The one who cared enough to reach out and save me? That's the guy I was proud to follow. Not this faltering imposter who's taken his place.
Law.
No, I'm serious. What's gotten into you, man? Just give me the word and I'll beat some sense into you if that's what it takes. Now, I'm gonna ask you this once and only once. Are you serious about rescuing Shion or not? What's it gonna be, Alphen?
What do you think? Of course I want to rescue her. Hell, I'd do it right now if I could.
So then quit griping and do it already!
Listen, you're probably right about all this.
Alphen.
It's exactly like you said. Whatever happened in my past has nothing to do with Shion. But there's still so much that There I go again. So much for the inspiring Alphen of old.
He could be a pain sometimes. Besides, even a hero has to let the cracks show once in a while, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Just give me a little more time to fill in the cracks. And thanks, Law.
Hey, don't even mention it. You've totally got this, Alphen. I believe in you.
Back to the inn, I guess.
Yeah, Law and Alphen are a separate positive, by which I mean the dynamic between the two are a separate positive for a frickin' reason. I'll tell you one thing. There are a lot of games I can think of that have good characters. This game has been dragging itself up almost entirely based on the dynamic between characters. I've talked about that a lot before. That it's one thing to have a good character, but having a good connecting line between characters is what really makes the best shine, in my opinion. And this game has been doing that in spades. We've got Kisara and Alphen and Law, Alphen and Shion, Kisara and this guy whose name I can never think of. What's your name again? Dohalim. There we go. And Rinwall and Law. Yeah, I'm gonna update the HUD really quick here.
Alphen! There you are!
What is it?
Zeugles, that's what! They're almost at the village gates!
Any closer and they'll be house hunting. I knew we shouldn't have cut through their territory.
That sounds bad.
Can you fight? No shame in bowing out if you're not up for it.
Kisara's right. You don't want to go overdoing it.
I'm up for it.
Really?
No,
You
probably
ready?
not.
As ready as I'll ever be. It's now or never, right?
Alphen, right! Great to have you back! Now let's do this!
As a further aside, bumbling fighter extraordinaire from Law. That's amusing. As a further aside, so far the story score sounds very Tales of to me. It's certainly net positive, but Tales of games tend to be a bundle of problems with a bundle of awesome. Again, we've only reviewed Vesperia, but, I mean, come on.
Look sharp, people. If we don't act fast, they're going to get into the village.
Right. We need to hurry.
Remember, if the pain's too much,
We've all got our own pain to deal with. I'm done letting others pick up my slack.
Here they come!
I've never played Zillia, I'm pretty sure.
Even a single one through!
There's a firm no-Zoogle policy.
Fine by me. Let's get to work then.
Dragon Swarm!
illuminate the dark! Are those arms even natural?
Far enough!
God dang it.
Dragon Swarm! It's almost too strong.
Split it open.
Be my guest.
Thunder field!
Take this! It's on!
Illuminate!
Oh, I agree, Junk Garage.
Yeah, and tumbling to me.
Dragon Swarm!
Going in!
Eat dirt! Here I come!
Tectonic punch.
Going in!
All good things come to an end.
A friend of mine likes Fantasia best, unironically. Unfortunately, I haven't played that one at all. Not even vaguely, so I have no memory of that. Or no knowledge of that, I suppose I should say.
Watch this.
We did not a chance!
Going in!
Dragon Swarm!
Make it rain!
Frozen!
Hammer!
I mean, no game's perfect. Not even Portal 2.
Alphen, you okay?
I'm fine. This pain thing really hurts, huh?
But hey, at least you're still alive.
It wouldn't be called pain if it was pleasant. It can be pretty useful, though. It's good motivation to improve and get stronger.
Guess I've got a lot of room to improve in that regard.
Anyway, I'm glad we could protect the village, especially after everything they've done for us.
Hey, Blue Felix. Bye, Blue Felix.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, always.
You know, this limb kind of reminds me of home. The people here have hidden themselves away out of the fear of being found, always watching their backs. Though in the end, home was destroyed anyway.
That won't happen here.
Oh? Is that a hint of fighting spirit I sense?
Yeah. I won't lie. Some of these memories will take a while to process. But I've learned something too. My rage, this fury I feel at our so-called rulers, it comes from having so much of myself stripped away from me back then. Friends, family, home. They took everything from me, and left me with nothing but guilt. I was completely alone. At least that's what I thought. But not anymore. Since I awakened, I've met people who I care about. Friends who hold me up. Friends who make me feel like I'm worth something. And I won't lose that. Not ever again. I'll protect those bonds with everything I have. That's why I need to keep fighting.
But Xion comes first.
Of course. First we rescue Xion, then we defeat Volron and liberate Dana. Everyone, will you fight with me?
No.
Say the word and I'm there.
Certainly no objections.
Sorry,
Then it's
but could
agreed.
you imagine?
Our next stop will be the capital, Pelegion. According to the villagers, there's a huge cliff separating Thistleum from the capital. Luckily for us, there's a path we can use to climb up.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go.
We don't know what lies ahead. We should prepare well before we venture forth.
Yeah, can't exactly fight at the top of your game when you're hungry.
Good point. Let's stop by the inn and plan our next move from there.
Berseria was the one where, like, the gimmick in the narrative was we're playing the bad guys, right? Even though we totally weren't, but, right? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Or is that Zestiria? I get the two, like, I get a lot of the Tales of Game pretty confused, honestly.
By the way, how is Mahavar doing? Wait, don't tell me we still haven't found him.
It's not like we haven't been looking. I've covered the whole length and breadth of the coast, but...
All of the other crew members are accounted for, including us. But we weren't able to find Mahavar. He's still missing.
I see.
Perhaps he couldn't bring himself to abandon the ship.
You mean at the bottom of the ocean? Damn it.
Hope not, he was
We
cool.
don't know that it's
For the one scene he was in.
We all washed up on the same shore. If the ship went down, isn't it strange we haven't come across a single piece of debris?
Do you think he might still be alive somewhere out there?
I think stranger things have happened. Whether he's alive or otherwise, we've exhausted all the avenues available to us. All we can do now is press on ahead.
Fine, let's get going.
Also, can I just say, and this is sappy of me, but admittedly I mean it, I like the team family vibe that this particular party has. In fact, it's so present that even here on the screen, there's actually a space for where Shion should be. Which, I'm calling that out because you gotta do that deliberately. You don't just leave that space there. It's there because they're a family and a piece of it's missing, and that's the arc we're on right now. But anyways, I'm getting off topic. Point being, I like it. I like the, misfits who... And misfits is the wrong word. It's more like damaged people, let's put it that way, who have all been through a lot. We're all bonding together and growing stronger as a result of it, growing closer together. I'm with it.
Thistleum was founded by Danans fleeing the tyranny of Renan lords, right? But when you first came, they must have known Dohalim was Renan. So why do you think they let us in?
They almost didn't. But it wasn't just Dohalim they were wary of. They didn't trust any of us.
Even though we're Danans just like them?
When you live life in constant fear of being pursued, it's only a matter of time before all outsiders start to seem a potential threat.
I suppose that makes sense. So how did you convince them to trust us?
You saw how destitute the village was. They needed food, badly. We hunted some Zeugles for them. That seemed to do the trick.
Of course, a little magic-assisted roast didn't hurt things.
Never underestimate a full stomach's ability to put a person at ease. It turns out a hearty meal can be a powerful weapon. Something's on your mind. You having second thoughts about rescuing Shion?
Of course not. Shion's our friend. Almeidrea was the one I hated. For as long as I can remember, she served as a symbol to me of everything Renan. But ever since getting to know Shion, I realized it doesn't make sense to group people together like that. Every individual is different.
I see.
Besides, the situation with Almeidrea was something else entirely. I'd already decided I wasn't going to kill her, but when I saw her die right in front of me, a part of me thought it served her right, that she'd gotten what she deserved.
Which she did.
But another part regretted that someone else had come along and killed her instead. Don't get me wrong. If I had the chance again, I still wouldn't kill her. But it's not like I'll be shedding any tears now that she's gone. It's all so confusing. I don't know how to make sense of any of it.
Who said it had to make sense?
Huh?
Rinwell, you've done nothing wrong. You've started to question the beliefs you've held all your life. It's only natural for you to feel disoriented. You didn't give in to the hatred you felt for Almeidrea. You made a choice not to kill her. And that's significant, whether you realize it or not. As for what it means exactly, that might be worth taking some time to figure out on your own.
Some time.
Or don't, if you don't want to. It's just an idea. I'm still searching too, remember?
No, I think you're right. It can't hurt to keep searching after all. And hey, thanks, Kisara.
Almeidrea deserve to die? Like, I don't have anything else to add to that. I'm glad she's dead. Moving on. Just straight up. Oh, I can't go to the Alpha. I can't go anywhere else. Aw. Okay, whatever.
Okay.
Why?
Yeah, just... And she's gone.
Damn it.
It's like Korgoth.
What?
He just shows up, kills everyone, and moves on. It's horrifying,
Is
really.
that so?
Thank you, Korgoth. If you want to put that towards something in specific, please let me know.
Okay.
I probably wouldn't be as irritated by it if they didn't pull out the "if you kill me, you'll become me" crap, which is not only nonsense in general, but also something I hate every time it shows up. Because they always do it wrong, you know what I mean?
I'll teach these small fry who's the apex predator of these waters. Just watch and see.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves now.
I guess we're having fish for dinner tonight.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's overused in general. And, sorry. It's overused in general, and it's almost always badly used. That's Erica Lindbeck? No, that's not Erica Lindbeck. Who voices her? Hang on. It was someone I didn't really recognize. Yeah, in Star Wars, there's a built-in reason why, you know, killing and hatred tends to make you fall to the dark side. Even that is a little bit questionable and frankly overused. Yeah, I don't know who this woman is. It's Catelyn Galt voices her. She's done a bit of anime, which I don't recognize. A character I don't even recognize from Fire Emblem. And that's kind of it. She's relatively new to voice acting. She does a good job of it. But, like, there's a reason I was joking around earlier. I know that you're literally Hitler. And that one time, I didn't pet that cat when I should have. And that makes me just like you. But I'll try to make it up to them. I'll pet every cat I see, if it's the last thing I do. And that's about the level of sincerity I tend to give those kind of story arcs, because it's dumb. There appears to be nothing down here. I was just checking. Oh, right. I need to fix my party. Okay, so you need to be over here. You need to be down here. And honestly, you need to be here, because we need a healer. Which means you need to be on me? Yes.
No choice.
Dragon Swarm! Talon Hurricane!
Here's
Come on!
Raining Tear! Destruction!
Nothing gets by me.
Tasty.
Dragon Swarm!
Now!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara.
This armor's too strong.
Split it open!
Be like it.
Destruction!
Dance in the wind!
Thanks.
Air thrust!
Eternal devastation.
You do it!
Swallow blade.
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Ironically, one of the consequences of something
Looks like
being
we got them
rushed
all.
is something being too long. There's actually a lot of examples of that in history. The original Star Wars would qualify, if not for the fact that it got edited down. Some people don't understand that. They think that something being rushed makes it shorter, but no, something being rushed makes something rushed. In fact, in my experience, especially in video game development in particular, I would say that most video games that are rushed tend to be longer in a bad way. They have more padding, they have more fluff, they have more non-actual content, because they're trying to pad out the game as hard as possible with as little effort and time as possible, since they're the ones who don't have the time, right? And yeah, a lot of people misunderstand how valuable good editing and parsing down really is when it comes to television, books, shows, games, or music. Thank you, Korgoth. You want me to put that towards Xenoblade 2? Or 3? Excuse me. Because I can do that. But if you're asking my thoughts on Xenoblade 3, I suppose I don't have any. I'm curious to find out how exactly the two worlds merged. And I'm curious if we find out any more about Klaus, or however they pronounced his name. That's about all I got, I'm afraid.
I think Hoodle senses an owl around here.
Looks like trouble with a capital T!
Together, we've got this. I'm not done.
Negative gate!
Gale Force!
Destruction.
Dance in the wind!
Really help emphasize my point. Think about how long Chapter 4 was,
Saving this one.
and then think about how little presence the main villain of Chapter 4 had in Chapter 4.
Destruction.
Swallow blade! More where that came from!
I'm ready!
I mean, I hate to keep going down into this, but one of the things I've been doing a lot, and I do this every time I review a JRPG, is I mentally compare and contrast scenes to JRPGs I consider to be the greats, which usually boils down to FF4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, as well as Chrono Trigger.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
Because there's scenes I can think of that are a comparison
With this, I can become even stronger.
to the other. And one of the most recurring things is how much better those other games did it, at least in part because they were edited down to not be padding. You got it, Korgoth. Thank you again. I hope you're enjoying, by the way. No spoilers. Now, you could, of course, argue that it's because, like, for example, it's a SNES game. But that doesn't change the reality. If this game was as punchy and as tightly edited as Chrono Trigger, which is a game that's so short, we would have beaten it yesterday, that would still make it an awesome game. Even if it's done in this graphical style with these modern systems. The fact that it's a SNES game is honestly irrelevant to that. At least in terms of the final product. I've always theorized, as much as I hate this concept, that one of the reasons that a lot of those SNES RPGs are so damn good is specifically because they were so limited. They had to edit. They had to parse things down in order to make things fit, and with the limitations of what they could do. So they said, okay, so they would make cutscenes last 15, 20, 30 seconds instead of 10 minutes. Oh, absolutely, Alex. But only if I'm in charge of it.
It feels like I'm melting.
Calaglia was pretty hot, but at least the air there was dry. Out here, it feels like I'm trying to walk through thick soup.
Tell me about
I
it.
can hardly breathe, it's so stuffy. And don't get me started on the insects. You hanging in there, Hoodle?
It's brutal, all right. I can feel my energy being drained away just by walking. All this vegetation makes it hard to keep an eye out. Keep your wits about you, everyone. And watch you don't keel over while you're at it.
What's needed at times like these is a relaxing hot spring. That would soon help us adjust.
And where do you expect us to find one of those?
What about you, Alphen? All that gear, and you hardly seem to be breaking a sweat.
Yeah, I guess when you've lived a life devoid of pain for as long as I have, even feeling hot and bothered can be a welcome change.
Well, lucky you, I guess. Just don't expect us to carry you when you pass out.
I actually thought I was going to dislike Hootle because, I'm going to be blunt about this, mascot characters tend to be irritating to me. I mean, the rumination that just went live today, Brave, the mascot characters in that film actually irritated the snot out of me. But Hootle's been alright.
All we have to do is get rid of that thing, right?
Hi, Hootle!
Dragon Swarm! Everlasting Rolling Snap! Destruction! Negative Gate! Swallow Blade!
Lightning Orb!
Dragon Shout! Here I come!
Simian pests. I shall feel you where you stand.
Talon Hurricane!
Now you see what I can do!
You're mine!
Benediction
Sleep
light.
now.
Great! Next!
More for the
Eternal
attack!
Devastation!
I'll end you!
Lightning Orb! More with that
Yeah, no, it's very easy to make a gimmick, a mascot character, irritating.
A new melody!
I mean, do I even need to bring up the example of the irritating mascot?
But a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
Man, this place is thick with foliage.
I know. It feels like we're going to be swallowed up by all these plants if we stay in here.
Indeed. I much prefer the forests in Menancia myself.
Not that I don't agree, but maybe now's not the best time for Elda Menancia pride.
I'd have to think about it to think of my favorite mascot character, because I know there's been a few I have liked. The worst mascot character, Morgana, is pretty bad. Although, I'm sorry, I know this isn't a video game, but Jar Jar is still worse. There's also been several Moogles over the years that are awful. And do you remember the character who talked with the weird verbal tick every time she talked in World of Final Fantasy? I can't remember her name. That is how you don't do a mascot character. Right there, like in a nutshell.
Thanks, Kisara!
I'm ready! Dueling! In an instant! Impact Claw! Benediction light.
Dance in the wind! Sleep now.
Take
More
this!
for the stockpile.
I don't remember liking Teddy at all, but I have few memories of that game because rumination. We just talked about that earlier. Morgana at least had some good scenes. You know, some degree of credit there. Okay. Yep.
Ho 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 ho! Ho ho ho!
You're saying we should check the Owl Forest?
No. That actually works better, though. We're gonna switch to that. Yeah, the main character was aggressively stupid.
Told to dispatch.
Another thing I don't like. And then, what's-her-face wouldn't stop having her terrible verbal tick.
Go no further!
Just, ugh.
Gale Force!
I'm on it! Now I see what I can do!
Good night, Pajama Day. Have a good one. Is it Tama? Tama? I don't remember. And I streamed that game.
It's over!
But I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Benediction light.
I'm not done! Heal!
You picked the wrong fight!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Raging
We managed to pull through.
Barely. Wait, no, that was extremely easy.
What's this thing?
Yeah, it's... I don't like the stupid hero motif in general. I never have. And I never will. But it's a gradient, you know what I mean? It's a gradient of stupidity, and I can't remember his name in World of Final Fantasy. Was just so aggressively stupid. Just shoving that meter down as far as he could.
What's up?
Once we get to the mountain, the terrain won't be easy. We should rest up here before pressing on.
But what about Shion? She's waiting for us.
All the more reason to conserve our energy.
Huh?
It's not only the mountain. Hard though that may be, it's a pittance compared to what follows. Namely Volron. We wear ourselves out now, or worse still, get injured. We might as well show up gift-wrapped. Right, Kisara?
That's right. Besides, Alphen still hasn't fully recuperated yet.
I'm fine. Don't stop on my account.
Oh, really? Well, in that case, it's me who wants to take a rest for a while.
That sounds familiar.
Does that suit you better?
A little bit.
Not that I can see yet, Scattering. Yeah, Law is actually a good stupid. He's more blunt than stupid, and I'm with it.
So, Alphen, 300 years, huh? Care to share the secret to such a long and healthy life?
I wish I knew. Once I left Lenegis, the next thing I remember is waking up in Calaglia. Everything in between is a blank.
You mean there are still gaps in your memory?
I've heard of starships with devices that can stave off imminent death by putting their passenger into a deep sleep. They're usually only intended as a temporary solution, until proper treatment for an ailment or injury can be obtained.
You think he might have been asleep in that starship for 300 years? But why? What would be the point?
Might this Naori have had a hand in it?
What do you mean?
If she's Renin like you say she is, she would have understood how to operate the starship better than yourself.
You're saying she deliberately put me to sleep for 300 years?
Dohalim, that's a bit of a leap.
Forgive me. I spoke out of turn. I'm merely thinking aloud, that's all. Shion and the maiden Naori. After 300 years, it's not unreasonable to suspect they may be related. Shion is nearly the perfect image of her, yes? She also just so happens to be connected to you. Is it merely a coincidence?
Like I've told you 1,000,000 times already, I wouldn't know.
Well, if you're absolutely certain that it couldn't have been Naori, then I guess I must have been mistaken. Complicated machinery can sometimes break down or have failures. Sorry for being presumptuous.
Hold on a sec. Alphen, you said the mask was to placate you, right? To keep your guilt and rage in check? And you were wearing it the whole time you were asleep, right?
I guess I must have been.
So that's 300 years you were wearing it. It's just a hunch, but do you think that the mask might be...
The reason he lost all his memories?
All but a select few strong ones, so deeply ingrained in his psyche that he saw them in the form of dreams. It's not completely out of the question.
In which case, maybe it was the mask numbing his sense of pain, too.
It's certainly possible. As for how, I wouldn't know, but the dampening effect on his psyche could have manifested itself physically as well.
I'm sorry for snapping at you back there. It's thanks to you that I feel like that we're finally getting somewhere with all this.
No apologies necessary. Reading others' feelings has never been my strong suit.
So he finally admits it.
I really hope Shion's okay.
I get why you're concerned. But if you don't rest when you can, you're going to regret it.
She's right. We need our rest to conserve our strength.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, you two.
No problem. We'll save Shion. I know we will.
Well, time to have delicious curry. Delicious, delicious curry.
Good. This came out just the way I hoped.
I will kill I'm gonna go murder Ross right now so I can have curry tonight. There we go. By the way, Navi and Fee definitely qualify as mascot characters. What is that throne?
Alone. I'm all alone.
I don't think Midna actually qualifies
Let's
as a
go.
mascot character.
We don't want to keep Shion waiting.
He's already kind of drifting out of being a mascot character. I think Midna fully is no longer a mascot character. My opinion.
I always hear you muttering to yourself whenever we're in battle. So, just what are you saying?
Why do you want to know? Does it bother you or something?
Not really. It's just the way you talk is sometimes kind of creepy. So I was wondering if you vent your frustration through your magic. Are you yelling, "You stupid jerk," or something like that to pump yourself up?
What? No, that's not what's happening during my incantations. I'm just focused, so I match my tone to fit the mood of whatever I'm trying to invoke.
Invoke?
How do I put it? Basically, the elemental astral energy behind each art, I guess.
Astral energy? Hold on, are you saying you can talk to astral energy?
Not exactly. But if I put emotion into what I say, it's easier for me to properly cast my arts. That makes sense?
Kind of. Okay, so if you can talk to astral energy, then you can ask it to, like, predict the weather or find secret treasure?
Wait, you don't really think that, do you?
Or you can ask it to send down lightning to where there's bad guys lurking and...
May lightning condemn those who bear false! Thunderblade!
What are you doing? You almost fried me with that!
I just asked the astral energy to send down lightning where there were annoying boys.
Impossible, it didn't hit me at all.
I don't know what to do. Things can't go on like this.
What do you mean?
Ah! Oh, it's you, Rinwell.
You were talking about me, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. I've just been thinking about some things.
Really? How unusual.
Cut it out. I'm being serious here.
Sorry.
I was thinking about... You know how I used to work for Ganabelt back when I was in Cyslodia?
Yeah, of course. You were brought in after the Snake Eyes killed your friends, right? I mean, you had to.
Right. I used to have nightmares about it when I fell asleep. But lately, that's been happening a lot less. I don't know how to feel about that.
That's a good thing, isn't it? You should be happy.
Yeah, but... I did a lot of terrible things back then. And I'm scared I'm starting to forget what I did.
Okay, so let me just get all of this straight. You think you'll forget everything if you stop having those nightmares? Why?
Because... You know me. I'm freaking stupid.
But it sure doesn't sound to me like you've forgotten.
Oh, yeah. But still.
I don't think those nightmares going away means you've forgotten. Maybe it's a sign that you've come to terms with what you did.
Come to terms? You mean like Alphen with his past? You think that's what's happening?
Yeah, I do. You're pretty amazing, Law.
I am?
Yeah. Not all of us have figured out how to accept our pasts. Least of all, me.
Rinwell.
Yeah, that's part of the skit pacing negative I gave. The skits are good, but their placement, which is manually placed, I feel like pointing out, so they specifically place these in these spots, is weird. I mean, I don't have to prove that the skits are good. The skits got 7 separate positives. So I think I've made my point on that point. This looks like one of our first mini dungeons, yeah.
That's what we're going to climb?
The villagers managed it on their escape from the city. We're going in the opposite direction, but where there's a will...
There's always a way, right? And it looks like we're out of options. Let's grit our teeth and go. Is it just me, or does Rinwell suddenly seem much more comfortable around Dohalim than she used to?
I noticed that too. When the two of them came and found me together back on the beach, I could hardly believe my eyes.
It's not like we had a choice or anything. Law and Kisara had to hang back to convince the villagers we meant them no harm. More than that, though, there are a lot of things I've still got to come to terms with regarding Almadria. But I guess I'm through making snap judgments based on someone's origin. At least, I'm trying to be. I guess you could say it's a work in progress.
I see. You hear that, Law? Sounds like all that hard effort wasn't for nothing.
Yeah.
That's got to be reassuring to hear. Right, Dohalim?
Not being subjected to unwarranted suspicion is certainly welcome.
Yeah, that long-winded way you have of talking, though, not so much a fan of that.
I think that's more of a personality thing than a Renin trait.
Really? In that case, I won't have to feel guilty getting annoyed by it.
Looks like trouble with the capital T!
Together, we've got this!
Light after raging
Destruction!
Crush!
Eternal devastation!
Air thrust!
Take this!
Light energy!
We're cleaning house.
Let me take the rest of them!
Well, someone's feeling lively. Raging cascade! Dragon strike! Dance in the wind! Sealed! Get on in there with the others!
Ready and raring! Elusive deity!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that! Up and at it, let's go!
Stalagmite!
We managed to pull through. Crap. This injury hurts more than I thought. Shion, sorry, but could you... Oh. Right.
Okay, I like that. Do more of that. That's just a throwaway line, too, after battle. Still, that's good. He did, Pajama Day.
Destruction! Here I come! And it's over! Mirage! This one's all mine! Here I come! Eat dirt!
We're cleaning house.
I mean, Ray Chase is a legit actor, so it doesn't surprise me he can pull it off. I need to look up someday if FF15 was his first big break. Because I never heard of Ray Chase until FF15, and now I've seen him all over the place. Not that I mind, he's a great actor.
There's always room for improvement.
Like, when I take over the world, I'm going to try and get him to do some work for me.
No backing down!
Dragon Swarm! Here!
Elusive deity!
Ready outside!
I shall ensure you survive this.
Swarm of Blade! Elusive deity! Dragon Swarm!
Lightning
Fire!
Tornado drive.
Rip and tear!
Illuminate the dark! Leave the enemy's arts to me!
No complaints here!
It's too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Dragon Swarm!
Take this!
We're cleaning house.
Let me take the rest of it.
Wow, someone's feeling lively.
Dragon Swarm! Slash! Do it! Great! Dragon Swarm! This one's all mine!
I'll smash you!
Strike!
We
Dragon Swarm!
energy!
Catapult! Slash! Swallow Blade! In an instant! Impact Cross! I still got a ways to go!
Let's see what you've got.
Raining Slap! Eternal Devastation! I'm not done!
Both those hits there.
Swallow Blade! It's over!
Where are we at on that?
Did you hear it now?
Benediction light.
An
astral arts?
No
That's my
armor
cue.
will stop me!
Shut him down!
Illuminate the dark!
Dragon Swarm!
Holy glimmer!
It's over!
Holy lance!
In a bind?
Burn!
Too much to handle?
Swallow Blade! Destruction!
Now!
Demons descend! Flashing Fang!
Easy! Way to go!
You know, I just realized why the Mystic Art bothers me where nothing else does. Every other animation is very short and very punchy, in a good way.
You picked the wrong fight!
Seconds. At that. But the Mystic Art is like, you know, this big, long animation. Whereas that was like a second and a half right there. You know what I mean?
This could be useful.
Keeps the all-important gameplay pace going. Should probably see a blacksmith at some point.
What's this thing?
Why are there ladders here?
I've never stood.
I was kind of hoping to reach another decent cutoff point, but it looks like we're not. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna examine this area this way, save, and then chop it off there.
Gotta break through! Dragon Swarm!
Swallow deity!
Swallow Blade! You're mine!
Holy glimmer!
Do it!
Holy
Eternal
lance!
Devastation!
All yours, Kisara!
Dance in the wind!
I'm on, thank you!
Please now!
Take this!
Get on in there!
Dragon Swarm!
Now you see what I can do!
Now!
Slash!
Demons descend! Flashing Fang!
Easy! Way to go!
Stalagmite!
Hold your breath!
You know what? That would actually make sense, Blackwell.
I'm on it!
Dragon Swarm!
Now!
Could have been worse.
Hey, look at that!
Look at that. Oh, God!
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Strike!
In here!
Elusive
Get
deity!
on in there with the
Can you
others!
take it? I'm on it!
Destruction! You're mine!
Shining
You're
supernova!
finished!
I'll face you!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Here!
Here I come!
Get on in there with the
Swallow
others!
Blade!
I think it's because there's a difference between a parry and a perfect parry, Alex. If I'm remembering correctly.
Falcon and the others truly are strong!
What about me?
Here I come!
The frame timing for a perfect parry is much tighter, so...
No further!
Dragon Swarm!
And thrust!
You're finished!
Fantastic! Great! Amazing!
Shut up, Law! I'm trying to focus!
I was only trying to be nice.
Here goes!
Dragon Swarm! Destruction!
You are in tip-top state!
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever...
I'll crush you!
Speaking of,
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! How's that for a kick? I'm getting better, right?
Quite. I'll be relying on your fancy footwork.
Does fancy footwork mean running away like a chicken?
No!
Is there anything more magnificent than the musculature of a warrior? Perhaps it is in search of this perfect beauty that I myself am drawn into battle.
What? Where did that come from? Listen, I know that she's got the blonde hair and all, but come on, man. Oh, no, we didn't. Okay.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
Nah. But tomorrow... At 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm kidding, Brigham. We'll go ahead and continue this, and hopefully make some progress in Chapter 5 here. Because I have a feeling we're about to be at the halfway point of the game. Hope you all have enjoyed. See ya.